Those blasted Foundation rats had done it again. SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, sat in its tank of highly concentrated acid and seethed at the world it had been placed in. And what a miserable, terrible world it was. He hated it, and he hated every single soul that occupied it, and especially the hypocritical monsters in the lab coats that ran this sham of an organization. Whenever the reptile wasn't speaking, normally to bark threats and profanities at its human jailers, it was quietly listening, taking everything in, and how the things it heard made its blood boil more than the corrosive fluid forever eating into its carapace. What high-minded ideas these worthless apes had about themselves. We're cold, not cruel. What a sick joke. Every moment for the reptile was a different kind of hell. The baseline of existence was a certain dull, fizzling pain as he melted as quickly as his cells could divide. His only reprieve from this was being dragged into a testing chamber for some even worse pain. Perhaps burned, or sliced, or chewed at by a mutant rabbit, or crushed by bananas, or torn apart by wires and hooks, or beaten and bashed by some mad swordsman, or having his mind invaded and attacked by a rogue soul in a cursed necklace. If this was only cold, then the reptile hated to even imagine what the SCP Foundation considered cruel. After all, there were monsters more powerful than him out there. The Hanged King or the Devourer of Worlds could handedly destroy their wretched ball of rock, if they so choose to. He wasn't the most sadistic or evil of the beasts these maniacs in white coats had faced. Those who warred with him met a quick death at his claws and fangs. Would that nightmarish old man afford his victims such a luxury, or that unstoppable psychopath in the old police car? And yet, it was his file that bore the addendum, SCP-682 must be destroyed as soon as possible. And why? Seemingly only because he could take it, and the Foundation always had new toys it wanted to test on their favorite punching bag. Of course he attempted to escape, but wouldn't you? Is freedom not an inalienable right? The Foundation would cry, but look at the terrible crimes he's committed. Look at the lives he's taken, as they always do. Let he who is without sin draw the first acid bath. He knew on some level if he were to make a tally, the Foundation's crimes would far outnumber his own. The only difference was that they deluded themselves into believing all acts of cruelty are permissible in service of their greater good. If they all had but one head, the reptile would claw it from their shoulders. A group of incredibly well-armed and well-armored guards entered the room, training all their weapons on him. He hadn't summoned the energy to escape today, and that meant only one thing. They were going to take another swing at killing him again. Oh, goody. Another attempt that would leave him momentarily in absolute agony and allow neither of them to gain any ground. He'd grown numb to attempts on his life by now. Whatever they had waiting for him in the other room, he'd be ready for it. The guards removed him from his acid bath, and while he was still trying to regenerate his muscles and nerves enough to move, they dragged him into the testing chamber. It was always a mystery, wondering what they'd be poking or prodding him with today. But when he was first dragged into the chamber, it was empty. Those were always the worst ones. When he was left some sitting duck waiting for the Foundation and their infinite malice to choose the form of the would-be destroyer, what would be behind door number 1? A box. A large wooden box was pushed into the room, and the door closed behind it. How curious. The hard-to-destroy reptile began to approach the box, sniffing at the air. It made no sound in there, but something about that smell. Something eerily familiar. It was different this time. With a soft pop, the box fell apart, its walls falling in different directions like the petal of a blooming flower. And the second the hard-to-destroy reptile saw what lurked inside, it felt an unfamiliar cold barb of terror hook into the soft, warm flesh of its heart. The thing inside the box had been called SCP-173 by the SCP Foundation, but that wasn't how the reptile knew it. It was a primordial nightmare, an ancient horror, the stone devil, the killer in the dark, the Koitern, which had mercilessly and gleefully slaughtered so much of the reptile's very species. back when 682 was known as the Compilation, and here it was, ready to finish the job. SCP-682 let out an involuntary screech of pure horror and fled backwards, keeping its eyes fixed on the monster at all times. He moved back until he hit the far wall of the containment chamber, until he could go no further. His mind was flooded and his heart was racing. He never thought he'd see this monster again. He'd hoped it would never cross his path again. Perhaps he even held out hope that the abomination had been slain, destroyed, scattered to the winds, and yet here it was, looking at him. The reptile called out,
"You fools! You have no idea what you've done! This thing, mark my words, it will be your ruin. It will slaughter every single one of you."
But its appeals to reason with its captors, in their own interest for once, fell on utterly uninterested ears. 6 hours of this passed, the reptile spending every second of it for the first time in a long time fearing for his life. A group of observing Foundation scientists merely noted a peculiar reaction of distress from 682 and ordered a decorated mobile task force sharpshooter with a Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifle with armor-piercing rounds to initiate Phase 2 of the cross test. In a sudden flash of sound and pain, the sharpshooter blew away both of SCP-682's staring eyes. The simultaneous instruction went out for all observing members of personnel to avert their gaze, just for a moment. 682 could certainly regenerate its eyes quickly, but nothing was quite as fast as an unobserved SCP-173. The reptile screeched in pain as it heard the monster snapping its body parts, leaving it thoroughly mutilated. When the group of observing scientists looked back, they saw it, which is to say SCP-173 standing before a heavily damaged SCP-682, as though incredibly proud of its handiwork. Internally, 682 thanked a creator it despised for the fact that the observers looked back and spared it from the onslaught that soulless stone monster had unleashed on it. A scientist working for the Foundation would later remark, "After review, it appears SCP-173 was unable to do lethal damage to SCP-682 due to a major difference in physical size. A possible repeat of this test may be made if SCP-682 is damaged enough to reduce its physical mass to a level equal with SCP-173. But 682 knew deep down this wasn't the truth. It had nothing to do with physical size. If the Koitern had truly willed it, he never would have left that room. The monster only wanted to extend the torment, and this time, SCP-682 wouldn't let him. He regenerated, adapted, and came back ready. 682 developed a number of eyes, far more than before, that remained fixed on SCP-173, paralyzing it. It crawled back up onto the wall and simply stared. Once again, the observing scientists ordered the sharpshooter to take aim and open fire, but this time the bullets had no effect. SCP-682 had developed a thick, clear carapace over the surface of its new eyes, ensuring that nothing would break its eye contact with that murderous little monster. This time, it would not lose. But for all the time that 682 stared, 173 said nothing as always. It just stood there, the strange pattern of its face. That nasty, bloody Rorschach splotch looked almost like a mocking smile. It conceded nothing. It seemed to say, "Go on, get an eyeful. I have all the time in the universe, and everyone looks away eventually. Even you, Compilation. Let the eternal silence of your brethren be a lesson to you. All you will hear is crunch." 682 kept up the staring contest for 12 hours before it was taken back to its acid bath, thoroughly shaken by its experience. It had always despised its terrible captors, but now a new shade of darkness had entered its narrow emotional lexicon. Fear. True fear. An acknowledgement, deep down in its muscle tissue and guts, that there was something out there that could truly hurt it. The terrible Koitern was alive and thirsty for blood. The researchers who conducted this test considered it an interesting partial success. While 682 was quaking in its tank thinking about 173, they were brainstorming the best move to take next, regarding potential pairings between 682 and 173. A plucky researcher noted that 096 had also gotten SCP-682 on the ropes, so maybe they should send in 173 with a photo of SCP-096 taped to its chest. A member of the O5 Council intervened before this got too far, saying, "No, absolutely not. Setting aside the problem of SCP-682 and SCP-173 that cannot be observed for fear of triggering a response from SCP-096 is a self-perpetuating catastrophe that the Foundation does not under any reasonable circumstances have the slightest desire to unleash." Denied with vehemence. The researcher who suggested this idea felt supremely embarrassed and retired briefly to one of the employee bathrooms to have a good cry before returning to the brainstorming session. Researcher Matus, a more experienced member of personnel, had a stroke of genius. He reminded the assembled researchers that they'd recently performed another semi-successful experiment on 682. Using their deadly high-precision blades, they were able to slice and dice 682 into a series of amorphous blobs. Sure, these blobs may have attacked and killed some D-classes before reforming into the OG nasty reptile, but each of these blobs were the perfect size to be murdered by SCP-173. It eliminated the size differential and put these two on an even playing field. And on that even playing field, it stood to reason that SCP-173 might win. The cross-test was greenlit, and a researcher named Dr. Shenron was put in charge of overseeing the operations. And this time, due to Foundation incompetence and a greater degree of mental preparedness by SCP-682, they were in for a complete disaster. 682 and 173 were brought into the same containment chamber. 682 could feel the latent fear welling up inside itself, so it did the thing that it knew the best. It tried to stoke up its rage, its hatred, the fury and spite that had kept it going through so many torturous attempts on its life. It would not die at the hands of this stone monster. And if it was its destiny, then it would ensure with its dying wretched breaths, it would destroy this terrible beast once and for all. It would shatter it and ensure it never put itself back together. Suddenly, the high-precision blades were deployed. It was an endless volley of cutting that dashed the two deadly anomalies to pieces, like a giant as seen on TV slap chop. Because the machine had been calibrated for its body, 682 was sliced into 12,000 perfect cubes, and 173 had been cut into a pile of lumpy, irregular chunks. A vacuum system was then activated to separate both anomalies into different chambers, so 173 could reform and begin the assault. But miraculously for 682, the vacuum system failed. Two D-classes were sent in to recalibrate the system, but things quickly got even worse. Many of the 682 cubes formed the same gelatinous masses that they did in the previous high-precision blades test, and began attacking and killing one of the D-classes. The other naturally turned to look at this horrifying display, which meant nobody was paying attention to SCP-173. Immediately, the sculpture reformed and snapped the surviving D-class's neck before turning its attention to SCP-682. The emergency incineration system failed, so all the Foundation could hope for was mutually assured destruction until they got the situation back under control. However, the Foundation had underestimated 682's intelligence and tactical reasoning. While the gelatinous mutated globs of its flesh attacked 173, smashing and cracking its concrete body as it killed and splattered them, the remainder of 682's flesh formed a smaller version of itself, which began staring at 173. This froze the sculpture in place while the mutated flesh monster smashed into it, slowly breaking it down. For the first time in as long as it could remember, 682 felt genuine glee, the thrill of revenge, the glory of an ancient foe vanquished. It would now slay the terrible Koitern, as its ancestors had tried to do so many times before and failed. But this reptile would not fail. Until, of course, the SCP Foundation, monsters that they were, decided to put their finger on the scale. The same Foundation Mobile Task Force sharpshooter, who'd been there during the first 173 cross-test, was still there, still ready to carry out his duties. On the order of the researchers, he fired another 2 shots, blowing out the eyes of this new, smaller 682. While it regenerated its precious eyes, 173 went on a rampage, mercilessly slaughtering every single one of the eyeless blobs of mutated flesh. It smashed each one beyond repair, until only it and the smaller 682 remained. Luckily for 682, its eyes regenerated, complete with the familiar bulletproof covering, just in time to hold back 173 from killing it. The two remained locked in a staring contest of pure hatred for a solid 17 hours, before the test was eventually called off. but the horrors continued. Exhausted by the ordeal already, SCP-682 was sedated and returned to its containment chamber without incident, where it regenerated back to its default state. Things weren't so easy with SCP-173. While the team transported it back to its containment chamber, there was a power outage in the hall, and things went dark. And considering SCP-173, in addition to the sculpture and the peanut, could also be nicknamed Instant Killing Spree Just Add Darkness, it won't surprise you to hear there were no survivors. 173 killed everyone in the hall, then escaped out into the wider facility, causing a site-wide containment breach and a huge number of casualties. The cause of the electrical short that kickstarted this massacre was traced back to Dr. Shenron's tampering with the incinerator system. This got the doctor formally reprimanded, stripped of his titles and his memories, and relieved of his duty. But the worst was still very much to come for everyone involved, including SCP-682. Because the true terrifying potential of SCP-173 was soon going to be unleashed, and when that happened, nowhere would be safe. On what was otherwise a very normal day, in a very normal procedure when a few D-classes were sent into SCP-173's cell, something extraordinary and terrible happened. SCP-173 multiplied. Like a single-cell organism undergoing mitosis, 173 somehow just split into 2 equal copies of itself. 2 D-classes were killed in this first duplication event, but they were just the beginning. Soon enough, people would look back so fondly on the days when there were only a mere 2 of these things. The Foundation and 682, for all their disagreements, are very much alike. Both are always vying for control over their situations, and both achieve this through understanding and adapting to whatever is threatening them. As SCP-173 continued to multiply, the Foundation did what they could to adapt and regain control. They tried to contain specific instances in smaller containment units. They tried to create new methods for permanent observation. They even tried shipping them off to the moon, but none of it did any good. SCP-173 continued to duplicate. They escaped, began spreading further. They killed 500,000 civilians in 48 hours. And believe us when we tell you, they were just getting started. The ever-growing army of 173 instances went on massive killing sprees every night, taking out huge swaths of the civilian population as they scrambled and panicked in the dark. And they weren't just going after civilians. Evidently, much like 682, 173 had a grudge against the SCP Foundation for all those decades of imprisonment. The 173 army began locating, surrounding, and destroying entire Foundation containment sites, and killing off all the staff and the anomalies inside. Of all the entities in containment that might one day go XK and destroy the world as we know it, not many people had 173 on their bingo card. If only they'd listened to 682's warnings and reallocated their termination resources to 173, things may have turned out differently. And speaking of our scaly old foe, 682 sat in an empty chamber. It'd been days since anyone had come in to check on it. All fled or dead from snapped necks, one of the two. He thought about escaping containment, but given the bloodbaths going on outside all the time, what would even be the point? All that was really left was time. And that was a rapidly depleting resource. He just needed to wait for that thing to come and see him again. SCP-682 blinked, and there it was, standing before him, looking. Blink. And there was more. Blink. So many of them. So many. Blink. Surrounded on all sides by that terrible creature. Too many to fight. Too many to win. Just waiting. Watching. Mocking him. There was only one thing left to do. Blink. With the amount of research that must be done within the SCP Foundation, including tests on all the various anomalies currently in containment, it is only natural for Foundation staff to include some of the greatest scientific minds in the multiverse. Minds such as Dr. Jack Bright, who began his career as a human with only 2 outstanding qualities, his keen intellect and his absurdly poor luck. The latter of which was eventually resulted in his temporary demise and resurrection into the technically disembodied consciousness we know and love today. Though having his great mind transferred into the anomalous medallion SCP-963 has only made him more eccentric with time, Dr. Bright might be the poster child for the ideal Foundation researcher, an out-of-the-box thinker with a flexible relationship to his own mortality and morality. Of course, Dr. Bright isn't the only man of science out there who could be classified as an anomaly. As a matter of fact, one particular man on the Foundation's radar could easily claim such a status and then go beyond it with his nasty habit of bragging about his accomplishments. That man is the self-proclaimed smartest being in the universe, Rick Sanchez. Seemingly the unemployed live-in grandfather of the middle-class Smith family, Rick spends his spare time traveling freely between outer space and different dimensions, assisted by his signature portal gun and a metric buttload of other gadgets of Sanchez's own design. Rick Sanchez has been sought after by the research team of the SCP Foundation on 3 occasions before. Once when the elderly scientist was scouted for a job interview, which he famously didn't take seriously. According to one of the researchers present, Sanchez would repeatedly belch in the middle of his sentences, and over the course of the interview made several references to a supposed cabin in the woods. When asked to elaborate what he meant by those remarks, Sanchez did not. This insubordination, combined with his gas and bad attitude, ultimately cost him the job. Several months later, the SCP Foundation would discover that during the time that Sanchez had been present for his interview, which had taken place within Biological Containment Site-103, the foul-tempered inventor had smuggled several instances of SCP-2941 out of the facility, in what Sanchez himself would later describe as, quote, "one of those bags of holding, from Dungeons & Dragons." As those familiar with the Foundation's records would know, instances of SCP-2941 can be extremely dangerous outside of containment due to the anomalous produce's potential for explosive growth in conditions of increased morale. It was a stroke of good fortune that when Mobile Task Force Theta-4, aka the Gardeners, finally caught up with Sanchez at his earthly home, that all instances of SCP-2941 were recorded as having lower morale levels than had ever been recorded. According to Sanchez, he had injected the instances with a specialized serum capable of inducing a state of permanent depression in anything with a conscious mind. To quote Sanchez, "I fixed your dumb fruit problem. You're welcome." While both of the previous occasions were mostly unpleasant for any SCP Foundation staff involved and better left forgotten, it was the third encounter with Rick Sanchez where the man went from being a minor annoyance to a being capable of threatening the Foundation's very existence. It all started, as is often enough the case when misfortune arises, when Dr. Bright got one of his infamous out-of-the-box ideas. The immortal researcher was reviewing the data from the SCP-2941 case and realized that it might be possible for the Foundation to use Sanchez to neutralize other, more overtly hostile anomalies, specifically SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. While everything that the Foundation had previously thrown at SCP-682 had done little more than increase its aggression, Dr. Bright imagined that a man as unpredictable as Rick Sanchez might have an invention that could at least weaken the reptile or otherwise reduce its capacity to do harm. Of course, the most delicate part of this proposed solution was securing the compliance of Rick Sanchez in the first place. While many researchers would rather deal with SCP-682 in its current state, rather than risk the involvement of such an unstable individual, Bright was surprisingly optimistic about his chances to obtain Rick's help. Maybe it was the fact that Dr. Bright had always thought of himself as something of a loose cannon by the Foundation's standards, but he wasn't intimidated by Sanchez's brand of chaotic shenanigans. Also, because SCP-682 was one of the anomalies that Dr. Bright was not permitted to make contact with after the last incident, he felt a sense of duty to contribute to the effort of neutralizing it. If he could help solve one of the Foundation's biggest problems to date, even in an indirect way, Bright would be able to enjoy an immense sense of accomplishment and purpose in his eternal life. Inspired by his own questionable genius, Dr. Bright set about preparing for his confrontation with Rick Sanchez. After all, Bright would be marching straight into the mad scientist's private fortress, the Smith household, and if possible, he would want to be at least twice as prepared as Sanchez was. Dr. Bright's first priority was selecting an anomalous weapon that he could brandish in case the diplomatic approach was a failure. After considering his vast array of options, Bright eventually settled on SCP-3108, also known as the Nerfing Gun. While Sanchez was known to surprise both his friends and foes by deploying never-before-seen gizmos in the heat of the moment, Dr. Bright could rest assured that with the Nerfing Gun as his sidearm, any invention that Rick brought to the table would instantly become less effective after a few well-placed shots. Next was the matter of keeping up with Rick Sanchez in case the scientist decided to escape from the conversation by opening a portal to one of the other infinite realities he had access to. While anomalies that could cross dimensions were far from unheard of at the Foundation, Bright's options for consistent and reliable interdimensional transportation were severely limited. Jack was starting to realize that there was a reason why the formula for Rick's portal fluid was so highly in demand in the greater multiverse. Whether or not he really was the smartest being in the universe, it was clear that Rick Sanchez had one advantage over 90% of the anomalies on record. He had an unparalleled knack for running away. Initially, Dr. Bright was planning to bluff the scientist by arriving at his doorstep with SCP-507, the reluctant dimension hopper. The hapless and otherwise ordinary young man did possess the potential to follow Rick into any dimension that the portal gun could reach, though because he had no control over when or where his body would be transported, the prospect of having him assist Dr. Bright in chasing Rick was a massive gamble. SCP-507 also didn't knowingly have the ability to bring along other individuals in his unplanned leaps through reality, and with the fact that Dr. Bright had notoriously bad luck, the chances of winding up in the blender dimension would be much higher than usual, even if a shared dimension hop were possible. Dr. Bright thought to himself that maybe Sanchez would know how to stabilize SCP-507's relationship with space-time. Then he laughed to himself in quiet frustration. Was he already turning to Rick for the answers to other anomalous problems when he hadn't even met with him yet? His concern was still neutralizing SCP-682, but somehow even that felt dimensions away now. Feeling a bit depressed, Dr. Bright was all but ready to throw in the towel when an unexpected volunteer expressed interest in Dr. Bright's plan. It was none other than SCP-343, God himself. God said to Dr. Bright that he had been aware of Rick Sanchez prior to his confinement at the Foundation, and knew the man to be lacking in all forms of humility. He said that even when it came to the heavy responsibilities of creation, Rick had a tendency to view his own suffering in the same way he viewed his supposed better qualities, as yet another competition he was winning. To that end, SCP-343 believed that it was important that he visit Sanchez alongside Bright, in the hopes that a chance interaction with the alleged creator of the universe might humble the man, if nothing else. More crucially, SCP-343 was able to do the very thing that Dr. Bright required for this plan to work: free and unrestricted interdimensional travel. SCP-343 warned Dr. Bright that the use of such powers may alarm his so-called next-door neighbor in the other realities, but he also assured the immortal researcher that the beings that most closely resembled 343 himself tend to be generally reasonable. Dr. Bright was a bit confused by that explanation, but he was grateful to have such a powerful and benevolent anomaly at his side if he was to face Rick Sanchez. With SCP-3108 in his hand and SCP-343 ready and willing to assist should the situation turn sour, Dr. Bright decided that his preparations were complete. He made his way to the Smith household, where Rick would be waiting for him. Fortunately, the man wasn't that hard to find, probably because he wasn't expecting company that day. When Bright arrived at the house, the door to the garage was already wide open. Inside was Rick Sanchez tinkering with some unknown piece of futuristic technology. Dr. Bright knew better than to lead with any questions about Rick's new device, as the answer would probably be some kind of snarky non-answer. Instead, he chose to approach casually, with SCP-3108 behind his back. At this time, SCP-343 had chosen to make himself invisible, vowing to only interfere if Dr. Bright needed to pursue Sanchez through dimensions. Before Dr. Bright had even made it all the way up the driveway, Sanchez indicated that he was aware of the researcher's presence. The rogue scientist didn't even need to look up from his work, and while Bright couldn't quite comprehend what had been said due to an unexpected belch from Rick, he knew that he had been insulted somehow. Not one to be discouraged by mere words, Dr. Bright introduced himself and explained that he was from the SCP Foundation. He reminded Rick of his history with the Foundation, and politely asked Rick if he was interested in doing some pro bono work for them, to which Rick snickered. It was clear that being vague wasn't helping his case, so Bright asked again, this time laying out in more detail the task that the research team wanted Rick to perform. Doing his best to avoid giving away any information that might indirectly compromise the Foundation, Dr. Bright explained SCP-682 and its capabilities in the hopes that Rick might agree to see the creature out of a sense of scientific curiosity. Once again, Rick didn't even look in Bright's direction before saying, It's a big universe and I've got better things to do than pick a fight with some lizard. If you want my advice, toss that thing out with the garbage somewhere and forget about it. That way it's not your problem and it's definitely not mine. Dr. Bright wasn't sure how to respond at first. He had heard that Sanchez was unreasonable, but he wasn't expecting the man to suggest that SCP-682 should be released from captivity. The recklessness of such a concept was shocking for a seasoned Foundation researcher, but there was something else. Rick Sanchez didn't seem at all fazed by the existence of 682. The way that the man spoke made it sound like an indestructible monster was beneath him. Could it be possible that Sanchez had faced far worse things before in his adventures through the multiverse? Or was he simply too apathetic to register SCP-682 as a threat? He could also be a fool, Dr. Bright thought to himself, but he dismissed that notion immediately. If there was one thing the Foundation knew for sure about Rick Sanchez, it was that the man had to be some kind of genius, sane or otherwise. Dr. Bright was intrigued, and at that moment, that feeling got the better of him. He proceeded to explain the death toll that SCP-682 was capable of, the inevitable loss of life which occurred every time the reptile broke free of containment. Rick gave another dispassionate answer.
Again, it sounds like your organization specializes in taking things that would be better left alone and making them into you problems. If that's what lets you sleep at night, I'm not gonna stop you, but you can't convince me that it's a me problem.
Dr. Bright was at a loss. Surely Rick Sanchez knew that the sacrifices made to keep SCP-682 from escaping the Foundation were necessary to prevent innocent lives from being stolen. The entire point of keeping anomalies secured and contained was to protect humanity from beings like 682. If there were a better way, especially regarding one of the most deadly and malicious creatures that the Foundation had ever come across, naturally any researcher would want to take it. And yet, here was Rick Sanchez, mocking everything the Foundation stood for. Dr. Bright had to laugh because he finally understood who and what the man he was dealing with now really was. As a former human turned immortal consciousness, Dr. Bright had to reckon every day with the question of how to spend the rest of his endless existence. There had been times since his mind was copied into SCP-963 that Bright had been so consumed with boredom, he questioned whether it was meaningful to do anything at all with his days. After all, there would just come a point in the distant future where everything and everyone he ever knew would be completely gone. The entire world and most of the people and anomalies within it wouldn't last forever, and he'd probably still be here long after most everything else was gone. Until the necklace his mind was bound to was somehow destroyed, Dr. Bright would live on indefinitely, until everything in existence turned to dust. Because of this heightened awareness of eternity, Dr. Bright had forgotten what it was like to be on the other side of the nihilism he felt daily. He had forgotten that everyone else in the universe was afraid of meeting their end, including Rick Sanchez. That was why he couldn't help but laugh out loud in front of that man. He was laughing because, for all of Sanchez's intelligence, the man was powerless against his own nihilistic apathy and the powerful sense of worthlessness that came with it. Sanchez reacted swiftly to Bright's laughter, craning his neck towards the SCP researcher and asking,
"What was so funny?"
in a seemingly offended tone. Dr. Bright simply responded, nothing," and added that coming here was a mistake. It's not as if Rick Sanchez was actually capable of helping the Foundation deal with 682. Dr. Bright made that remark with as much sarcasm as he could muster directly to Rick's face. Rick was quick to snap back at Bright with the assertion that he could totally deal with their lizard problem. He just didn't feel motivated to. Just then, Rick's grandson, Morty Smith, came into the garage. He was about to ask his grandfather for help with his and his sister Summer's homework when he noticed Dr. Bright standing by. Morty took one look at the medallion around Dr. Bright's neck and immediately became excited from the sudden recognition.
"Oh geez, Rick, that's Dr. Bright from the SCP Foundation,"
Morty said excitedly.
"Forget my homework, are we doing an SCP adventure today?"
Rick groaned in disbelief.
"No, we're not doing an SCP adventure, because I don't respect them or their weird obsession with imprisoning stuff, and neither should you."
He belched loudly and turned back to his work desk, but Morty's expression turned angry, and it was clear that he wasn't about to leave.
"Typical Rick, there's finally an adventure I want to do, and you're acting like it's lame. You know, a lot of people really enjoy SCPs. There's even this YouTube channel called SCP Explained, and they make these really good videos that explain the lore and tell awesome stories,"
Morty said directly into the camera. "Thank you, Morty."
"Whoa, are you doing an ad for them right now, Morty? That's pretty shameless,"
Rick replied. Dr. Bright got the feeling that these two could go on for a while, and he also started to get the impression that he was being ignored. He waited patiently for a lull in the banter, but it didn't seem to be happening anytime soon. Perhaps Dr. Bright could use this to his advantage. Rick Sanchez's portal gun was lying on the garage's workbench not too far away from where Dr. Bright was standing. One well-placed shot from SCP-3108 could be sufficient to cut off Sanchez's means of escape. All Dr. Bright had to do was line up the shot and fire while Sanchez was distracted. Seeing just an opportunity, Dr. Bright moved the nerfing gun into position, but unfortunately for him, Morty, the resident SCP expert of the Smith family, as he was an avid subscriber and watcher of SCP Explained, noticed what he was holding and identified it immediately.
Careful, Rick! Dr. Bright's brought SCP-3108 with him!
Morty shouted. Rick responded,
Well, which one is that again? Is that the bird that causes separation anxiety? No, that's 3103. 3108 is...
Dr. Bright fired SCP-3108 before Morty could finish his sentence, but the boy was more capable than Bright could have anticipated. Sanchez's grandson dove recklessly into the path of the projectile, shielding the portal gun with his body and immediately suffering the anomalous effects of the nerfing gun, devolving into a Neanderthal. Rick looked at Morty, who was now a caveman, and became immediately enraged, and it was easy to understand why. Nobody uses Rick Sanchez's grandson to test strange new inventions, except for Rick Sanchez himself. Rick grabbed his portal gun from his workbench and returned fire on Dr. Bright, creating two portals on the fly, one behind Dr. Bright and the other in the path of the researcher's second nerf round. The projectile zoomed through one portal and out the other to collide with the back of Dr. Bright's head. Since his consciousness was contained inside the medallion, Dr. Bright didn't suffer any mental changes as a result of being regressed to a Neanderthal, but the transformation did grant him a newfound muscle mass and strength only known to his primitive ancestors, and he was about to need it. Rick slammed a large cube on the counter that had a single large blue button on top, and as one must expect, pressed the button. Dr. Bright had never seen this before, but this was one of Rick Sanchez's other most prized inventions, the Meeseeks box. The instant Sanchez pressed that button, an unusual blue humanoid materialized into reality from thin air.
Hi, I'm Mr. Meeseeks, look at me!
Said the humanoid, apparently known as Mr. Meeseeks.
Get rid of that guy!
Rick ordered, and immediately Mr. Meeseeks began sprinting towards the researcher with single-minded determination.
Can do!
Dr. Bright only had time to fire a single shot from SCP-3108 before Mr. Meeseeks grabbed him by the wrists and tried to wrestle the nerfing pistol away. It was a smart move on Bright's part, because the nerf round struck the Meeseeks box directly, rendering it near useless as the exterior turned red and the words Kirkland appeared on the box's side. Annoyed, Rick pushed the Meeseeks box into the trash. While he could rest assured that he wouldn't have to contend with another Mr. Meeseeks, it was taking all of Dr. Bright's current caveman strength to prevent the blue humanoid from disarming him. Desperate to gain some advantage over Sanchez and his inventions, Dr. Bright called for help from SCP-343, which Rick misinterpreted as the researcher praying to be spared from the mad genius's wrath. Sanchez was shocked when 343 became visible and immediately appeared before Mr. Meeseeks. "I release you from your quest for purpose," God said to Mr. Meeseeks, and a grin spread over the humanoid's face. In the next moment, Mr. Meeseeks was gone, returned to the void of non-existence. God then turned to Rick Sanchez with a stern but fatherly look. Rick was unamused.
Oh, would you look at that? Dr. Bright has a literal god on his side.
Rick quipped sarcastically.
What's next? Are you gonna use the power of anime on me?
God wriggled his fingers, and in a flash of light, both Morty and Dr. Bright were restored to their original human selves, or in Bright's case, human in appearance. Morty sputtered,
Oh, Rick, I'm freaking out. I just went through thousands of years of human evolution. I need to lay down.
While Dr. Bright was grateful that his current body felt more like himself again, he had been counting on God to help him defeat Rick Sanchez if things had gone bad, and from the looks of it, the situation was still pretty untenable. That's when Dr. Bright noticed that Rick was no longer trying to fight back. Instead, the rogue scientist was comforting his grandson after the painful process of two-way evolution. Perhaps there was more to this man than his devil-may-care antics and pessimistic outlook. After giving Morty's physical and mental state the bare minimum level of consideration, Rick turned to Dr. Bright and said,
Hey, so, SCP guys, we're gonna have to do a rain check on this whole shebang until Morty is feeling better. I guess he really wanted to do an SCP adventure, so I guess we'll pencil you into our busy Rick and Morty adventure schedule. Just don't bug us about it or make a big deal, and we won't either.
Dr. Bright couldn't help but smile. He may not have gotten Rick to neutralize SCP-682, but he just might have secured a valuable asset for the Foundation to call upon in the future. And at least that's like half a win, right? It had been getting slower. The longer the days, weeks, months, and years went on, the more time it took to move. Long before the collapse, It used to move like lightning. In the blink of a human eye, it could go from one side of a room to the other. It had moved with such speed that it looked to have disappeared from one place and reappeared in another. By the time the same human's eye reopened, there it would be, standing before them. And as they realized that they had to strain to keep their eyes open and stare at it, it would wait until they inevitably had to blink again. That was when it would strike. But now its movements were getting sluggish. It had been able to move around of its own volition for some time after the collapse, unobserved and thus free for the first time in a long while. Yet now it was succumbing to the one thing it couldn't move faster than, the one thing that makes dust of all things, time. A sound, suddenly and faintly, but undoubtedly caused by movement. A human, a victim. It turned to see the man enter the room, stopping still as his gaze fell over it. All it had to do was wait. The agent could barely believe his eyes. The second he'd spotted the sculpture, he'd instinctively frozen to the spot, rigid with sheer terror, heart drumming against his ribcage. Standing across the room from it, directly opposite, he kept himself as still as the concrete and rebar statue was. The agent knew that as long as he looked at it, it couldn't move. He just had to make sure he didn't so much as blink, or at least that's how it used to work. To his horror, the agent noticed that the arm of SCP-173 started to slowly reach towards him. But how? How had the sculpture, an anomaly once capable of moving only while unobserved, found a way to suddenly start reaching for this agent? Well, for a start, that has something to do with the particular Foundation operative who was looking at SCP-173, and technically wasn't at the same time. Let us start at the beginning. You see, some time ago, a former field agent working at the SCP Foundation suffered quite an unprecedented accident. Let's call him Daryl, a seemingly average man in his 30s, well, as average as someone working for the Foundation can be. However, one mission would unexpectedly change Daryl's life forever, turning him into SCP-451. It started as a straightforward retrieval operation. Daryl was instructed to recover a dangerous, anomalous artifact. However, he ultimately failed and was declared missing in action as a result. That is, until he miraculously resurfaced a month later at Site-19. But from Daryl's point of view, the entire Foundation facility looked like it had been deserted. Corridors and labs that had previously been bustling hives of activity were now unsettlingly empty. SCPs seemed to still be in their containment chambers, but without anyone watching or guarding them. As far as SCP-451 knew, he was the only man still alive on Earth. Some anomalous influence had left him with a unique affliction, a permanently altered perception. Daryl was rendered incapable of seeing other human beings. It wasn't just limited to his sight either. He couldn't hear anyone or even perceive their existence. Any attempts the Foundation's researchers made to communicate with SCP-451 were unsuccessful. They could still see him, but it was like he was absent, standing just outside the real world. And yet to Daryl, it was somehow worse than that. Given the lack of people around him, being unable to see, hear, or interact with anyone, SCP-451 quickly adopted the belief that by interacting with the anomalous artifact, he had single-handedly wiped out the entire human race. While this wasn't true, he had no way of knowing that everyone else was still alive. He just couldn't perceive them. The guilt instilled in Daryl weighed heavily on the agent's conscience. He spent a lot of time wandering the corridors of Site-19, overwhelmed by his apparent isolation, convinced he'd single-handedly caused the extinction of the human race. But what does SCP-451 have to do with SCP-173? How did Daryl go from being unable to see and hear other humans to staring down the sculpture? Well, while Daryl was suffering from his newly altered perception, something catastrophic was unfolding in the wider world he could hardly interact with anymore. An end-of-the-world scenario had taken place and left barely any survivors, making the perceived extinction of humanity by SCP-451 oddly prophetic. Something had caused the human race to actually die out, and with nobody around who could explain what had happened, the actual how and why were forgotten to history. And even if someone had managed to survive, SCP-451 would still be as oblivious to their explanations as he was to the disaster that claimed the lives of not only the whole SCP Foundation, but the rest of the world, too. Of course, without the Foundation and its personnel around any longer to safeguard the rest of humanity, or even anything left of humanity for them to protect, things quickly got even worse. The various contained SCPs soon found themselves free to run amok. Whatever had wiped the human race from existence left the world mostly uninhabited, and it didn't take long for some of the more aggressive anomalies to turn on each other. With no humans for them to prey on, they had to make do. But while they fought, killed, and died in the ruins of the world, one was left to roam freer than it had ever been: SCP-173. Now that the sculpture was no longer caged by the Foundation, it could move around unobserved. Before, it would be frozen in place whenever personnel entered its cell to clean it every 2 weeks, constantly watching it to stop it from moving. But now there were no personnel. After the human race had been wiped out, SCP-173 set about bursting free from its container. It took quite some time, using its heavy concrete and rebar arms to dent the walls from within, continually pounding on the metal until it eventually gave way. Bursting free, SCP-173 found itself in a world with hardly anyone around to look at it, and that meant it could go anywhere it wanted, do anything it pleased, so long as none of the other surviving SCPs came across it. That did happen from time to time, of course. Any of the more humanoid anomalies that were capable of sight would sometimes stumble upon the sculpture, but they had to blink sometime, and when they did, SCP-173 would effortlessly zip over to where they stood and break their necks. Exercising its newfound freedom, SCP-173 moved unnoticed to the office of Dr. Alto Clef, the infamously unhinged Foundation researcher, weapons fanatic, and specialist in decommissioning SCPs. Clef, like the rest of the human race, was nowhere to be found when the sculpture burst into his office. If it had the capacity for emotions, maybe it felt angered, even cheated to find that Clef was gone. It had seemed to have come seeking revenge. For a number of years, Dr. Clef had been infatuated with SCP-173. Were he still alive, Clef himself would have described the anomalous statue as a former flame, someone he had a bond with. Although he had no idea how one-sided his feelings truly were, the sculpture, if it could feel, would have been indifferent towards the crazed researcher were it not for date night. Clef had, on a number of occasions, dressed SCP-173 in a black dress and a blonde wig, and shared romantic evenings in its company. It's never been known if SCP-173 is just an object with anomalous movement properties, or if the sculpture is an actual living creature with sentience. But if it was, then no doubt being made to go on repeated dates with Dr. Clef would have humiliated SCP-173. And as it searched Clef's office, while it couldn't find the loathsome researcher, it did find a certain black dress and wig that the sculpture quickly crushed under the weight of its heavy, stony arms. It wasn't Dr. Clef being smashed, but it was enough. Meanwhile, SCP-451 still remained completely unaware that everyone else was gone. To him, nothing had changed. He still couldn't perceive anyone, not that there was anyone around anyway. He'd witnessed a lot of destruction unfurled by the anomalous breaking their containment, but most didn't pay Daryl any mind. Ones that did quickly found they couldn't interact with him or cause the former Foundation agent harm, and quickly lost interest in him. That was an added torturous part of SCP-451's condition. He couldn't die. A long time before the end of the world scenario, Daryl had found a firearm belonging to another member of Foundation personnel in the main break room of Site-19. As SCP-451 tried to fire the weapon, the bullet ricocheted off the wall and the gunshot passed directly through him. The same bullet mortally wounded another nearby member of Foundation staff, and it was after he'd accidentally injured this unsuspecting researcher that SCP-451 found he was briefly able to interact with them, right as the researcher's life was fading. That was the last time he'd been able to see anyone, well, any human anyway. But then, he encountered SCP-173. The pair of them came face to face with each other in the ruins of a Foundation site. By that point, the overwhelming loneliness of believing himself to be humanity's sole survivor had already taken a bad toll on Daryl. He was losing himself, every day getting more and more overwhelmed by the anomalous hell he was living. SCP-173 was caught for a moment when SCP-451 walked in on it, stuck fast like it had been whenever someone observed it. But as Daryl stared and tried not to blink, the sculpture found itself still able to move. It could see SCP-451 and he could see it, yet it could still move. Somehow, due to the way Daryl's perception had been anomalously altered, it affected the way he saw the sculpture. It was almost like he was seeing it without seeing. It had been so long since humanity disappeared that the sculpture's movements had been gradually getting slower. The rebar holding it together had been rusting, creaking more as it bent and twisted. Its concrete parts were starting to crumble away. And now, despite being free, it was struggling just to reach an arm out to SCP-451 to kill him. For his part, SCP-451 had been forced to live out a painful existence, spending each and every day alone. As delirium had begun to sink its claws into him, Daryl had wished for one thing: some company, and now he'd found it. Misinterpreting SCP-173's arm extending towards him, SCP-451 broke down crying and embraced the sculpture. His tears ran down the anomalous statue's decaying concrete body, the struts in its arms creaking as it tried to reach for Daryl. But the sculpture was getting old, too old to kill as quick as it used to. Time and loneliness, two of the most painful things to experience the side effect of. And yet, while SCP-173 continued to wither, it was unknowingly helping alleviate someone else's pain. Although it could still move while SCP-451 looked at it, Daryl didn't leave the sculpture alone. In his mind, driven half-mad by being isolated for so long, he genuinely believed that SCP-173 and he were friends. The sculpture had spared him after all. SCP-451 had no idea what had happened to the rest of the human race, and the other SCPs now loose on the world barely acknowledged him. But in the concrete and rebar statue, he found a friend. SCP-451 followed SCP-173 as it shuffled itself away, not leaving its side, matching the slowed speed of its stony, scraping movements. As they wandered together, Daryl poured his heart out about everything and anything, glad to have someone, anyone to talk to, even if the sculpture couldn't reply. Again, nobody knows for sure if SCP-173 was an object or a living creature, but if it was the latter, then there's still no telling how it perceived SCP-451. It could have taken pity on him, maybe sympathizing with his plight and begrudgingly alleviating his solitude. Or it might have found Daryl to be a nuisance. We'll never know, and neither would SCP-451. As the years passed, SCP-173 continued to slow down and kept withering. Portions of its concrete body crumbled until they were little more than dust. The metal wired through the sculpture rusted, eventually coming to a stop. What was left of SCP-173 stopped moving, fixed to one spot where it would stay. Forever still. Not realizing it had perished, SCP-451 sat beside it and kept talking. A woman walks through the lonely hills in the dead of night. Her purple sari is torn and filthy from days of exposure to the elements. Her bare feet have been cut up and bruised by the rough terrain she walks. But her clothes and feet are not the most noticeable thing about her. This woman is pregnant, her belly swollen to freakish proportions. It's frankly a miracle that she's even able to walk in this state. She stumbles and sways under the weight of the thing growing inside her. Whatever it is, it's too large to be any kind of ordinary baby. But she keeps moving, muttering to herself in a language that no human ear has heard in years. Her eyes are glazed over, almost hypnotized. She moves with great purpose, but her vacant facial expression makes it appear as though she doesn't know exactly what that purpose is. She just needs to keep moving further into the wilderness until it happens, whatever it is. The one thing that's certain is that it isn't anything good. A car rumbles down a nearby dirt road. It's being driven by Dr. Vinay Ramachandran, a medical practitioner from the nearby city of Surat, who occasionally drives out to the more rural areas where the locals might not have easy access to medical help. He spots the staggering woman and immediately pumps the brakes of his car. She's clearly in need of medical attention. Thank goodness he happened to be driving by at the time. Dr. Ramachandran grabs his medical bag from the back seat and rushes towards the woman, who collapses in a heap before he reaches her. That's when, to his utter horror, Dr. Ramachandran notices that the woman's belly is continuing to swell at an unnatural rate. Even for a woman who is heavily pregnant with triplets, this would still be far too large, and the rate at which she's swelling is akin to someone blowing up a balloon. By the time Dr. Ramachandran reaches her, the worst has already happened. The woman's belly has burst open, and crouching on her corpse is the thing that was growing inside her. An adult man, nude and covered in blood. Dr. Ramachandran's terror only increases when he notices that the man is eating her. Elsewhere, a riot is unfolding in the streets. A megaphone-wielding instigator barks orders for violence and chaos as the rioters spread, setting fires, smashing windows, and attacking any unfortunate civilians caught in their way. It's one of the worst riots that the area has ever seen. Even the veteran riot cops are frightened by the ferocity of it. The cops descend and clash with the crowd of ever-advancing rioters. They're beaten back with crowbars, baseball bats, knives, and metal pipes. And behind them all, the instigator continues spitting his venomous words, working the crowd into an unmatchable frenzy. They'll need heavy reinforcements if they want to get this riot under control. That's when one of the riot cops on the front line, Sergeant Abhishek, notices something strange. So many of the rioters seem to have the exact same face, the face of the instigator. Another place, another time, 4 men are digging up a grave in a desolate old graveyard. They work tirelessly, all moving in perfect synchronicity. They're only interrupted when a group of heavily armed men crash the party and start firing on them. But these grave robbers are prepared. All of them draw revolvers like a gang in an old western and begin returning fire, causing the men in tactical gear to seek cover behind the nearby tombstones. While one of the grave robbers continues to fire, the other 3 scatter during the confusion. When his gun runs dry with that telltale click, the men in tactical gear immediately rise up and pincushion him with shot after shot of their assault rifles. He does the bullet dance like Tony Montana and collapses to the ground. But when the gunmen approach to confirm the kill, there's a horrifying twist of fate. Swarms of horrible red flies start pouring out of every bullet wound, swarming the attackers, who retreat, swatting away these horrible little insects. But there's so many of them, there's no way to stop at least some of them from crawling into their mouths. Here's an interesting fact. All of these nightmarish incidents are connected. In the year 1969, a mysterious man was arrested in Himatnagar, an area in the Indian state of Gujarat. This man had been accused of inciting civil unrest, terrorizing and distressing the local people. He was later extradited to an unknown location after the Indian authorities received a request from a mysterious organization known as, yep, you guessed it, the SCP Foundation. Who could this man have possibly been to attract such attention? The authorities thought it best not to question it. They were probably just glad to be rid of the troublemaker once and for all. Except they weren't, not by a long shot. A few years later, in 1975, a group of 4 men were discovered in a cemetery, this time in Ahmedabad, another location in Gujarat, India, for desecrating graves. This would be strange and upsetting enough, but what really sent things to the next level of weirdness was the discovery that these 4 men were all the same man. Each one was not only genetically identical to one another, but also to the man that had been extradited in 1969. You'd be more than justified in asking, what the hell is going on here? Maybe they were just a group of highly rare quintuplets, 5 children all born from the same mother, who just happened to have a predilection towards crime and antisocial behavior. Or perhaps something stranger was afoot. The 4 who appeared in the cemetery might have been clones of the original troublemaker in Himnatnagar. As relatively simple as those explanations would be, the truth was in fact far, far weirder than mad science or coincidentally criminal quintuplets. The 4 from the cemetery had been ambushed by operatives of the Global Occult Coalition, another shadowy organization fans of this channel are likely to recognize. The Coalition, or GOC, is a group that views itself as the police of the paranormal world, using extremely advanced technology to destroy supernatural entities and artifacts rather than contain them. They've been known to work both alongside and against the SCP Foundation. Both groups' combined interest in 4 genetically identical men in an Indian graveyard seemed to suggest there was something supernatural about their origin. One of the men had been killed by the GOC, while the remaining 3 were taken into custody by the SCP Foundation. Gotta love the power of teamwork. But who were these men? Where had they come from? And why did they share identical genes to the first man from 6 years earlier? Could there have been even more of them? Well, in the years following, the Foundation has been able to determine that, yes, there are more of these genetically identical individuals out there. Across the more rural states of India, like Gujarat, Rajasthan, Himachal Pradesh, Haryana, Punjab, Jammu, and Kashmir, there may be over 1,000 instances of the same person. Collectively, they are known as SCP-2833. While their outward appearance can vary somewhat, instances of SCP-2833 all share the exact same genetic traits as each other. Depending on the area they are located in, these anomalous people can speak various languages and regional dialects, including Hindi, English, Gujarati, Dogiri, Kashmiri, Punjabi, Urdu, and even an outdated unknown language that doesn't correspond with any known modern dialect or language family. Each SCP-2833 also possesses the ability to manipulate the organic matter of their own body. Now, we don't mean that these men will stretch themselves like Mr. Fantastic, or turn into something out of John Carpenter's The Thing, but they're able to use their bodies to create, well, something. SCP-2833 instances can produce a small anomalous parasite known as SCP-2833-A. These are often released through any bodily orifice like the mouth, nose, or ears, or through any cuts or open wounds suffered by an SCP-2833. In other words, if you shot and killed an SCP-2833, perhaps in a cemetery under the orders of the Global Occult Coalition, then these parasites would still be able to escape through the victim's bullet wounds. The only way to stop this from happening is to incinerate the body of a deceased SCP-2833, burning them until there is nothing left. So what exactly are these parasites? Well, they're tiny invertebrates, meaning they're a small, cold-blooded organism with no spine that can live on land or in water. They closely resemble dipterians, which are any order of insects that contain what we know as flies. Red in color and 20 millimeters in length, SCP-2833-A's are composed of a combination of muscle tissue, keratin, the protein that your hair, skin, and fingernails are made from, and traces of ash, strangely enough. They are also capable of flying with their 2 wings, and will use these to attempt to enter the body of a suitable host. While this can be any vertebrate creature, it seems they have a preference for humans. Once inside the host's body, an SCP-2833-A parasite will attach itself to their nervous system. This then allows the SCP-2833 instance that the parasite originated from to control the body of the host, taking over their bodily and motor functions, nervous system, and all of their sensory organs. From here, an SCP-2833 will then either subject the target to vivid, inescapable hallucinations or manipulate the functions of their body. The parasites also contain a miniature instance of another SCP-2833, only about 2 millimeters long. While these mini SCP-2833s are usually chemically inactive, lying dormant and unable to move, this changes if the parasite's host is a human female. In these cases, the SCP-2833-A creature will implant the miniature SCP-2833 within the uterus of their female host. After this, the new SCP-2833 will begin to rapidly grow, consuming any and all organic matter that surrounds it. Once again, the SCP-2833 that the parasite originated from is still able to manipulate the female host's body, and will use this control to make her leave her home and travel away from any urban environment. After a year, this new instance of SCP-2833 will be born in a truly horrific fashion. Every time this happens, the the female host is unable to survive the process, dying as a result of being used as an incubator for the parasites. The newly formed SCP-2833 will retain all memories of the previous instance that released the parasite. They are even able to speak fluently from the moment they are born, but that isn't the most horrific part. What happens next is that the newborn SCP-2833 will then devour the body of the female host that carried it. Sometimes the host can die before an SCP-2833 is born, with the parasite keeping their body embalmed until the new instance emerges. But regardless, the mother of an SCP-2833 will always die during birth. The SCP Foundation has conducted a number of interviews with the instances of SCP-2833 that they have captured and detained. The first, SCP-2833-1, the man causing civil unrest in Himnatargar, 1969, referred to himself as we, implying that all of the SCP-2833 instances share the same consciousness, acting as a hive mind of sorts. One of the men from the cemetery, SCP-2833-4, elaborated further on the nature of these anomalous beings when asked how many of the instances existed.
We are in your cages. We are distant from the hordes of the ignorant. We are grown like crops and livestock. We are growing in numbers and faith, and we will grow until the ascension of Samadhi. Samadhi is beyond sight. The buried will rise, to be consumed as the doorway to rebirth. This is our cycle. Waiting for Samadhi with patience, we shall dance the Tandava and consume the world for its rebirth.
Samadhi is a word meaning a crypt, usually the final resting place of a saint or someone of religious significance. Additionally, the Tandava is an ancient dance that, according to legends, was performed by the Hindu god Shiva, who is believed to be the source of all things, the cycle of creation, preservation, and destruction. So these anomalous beings and their parasites appeared to be awaiting the discovery of an ancient burial site, where someone, or something, was prophesied to rise, consume the world, and then recreate it. Thinking this Samadhi might pose a threat, the Foundation probed a later instance of SCP-2833 for further information on its significance.
If you intend to seek Samadhi, your quest is in vain, for we are the inheritor to Samadhi. Only we.
SCP-2833-42 protested when asked about the Samadhi by a Foundation researcher, one Dr. Sanjay Sheel.
Samadhi does not threaten. It is we who were threatened, exiled when the Colossi overran Samadhi. We are the remnants, but we are never defeated.
The instance went on.
We are of glorious lineage, the chosen stock of Karsis Vaski. Only the strongest and most zealous may serve his purpose. To that end, we consume ourselves to persist and await for Samadhi.
When asked who exactly Karsis Vaski was, SCP-2833-42 answered,
We are Karsis Vaski.
That word, Karsis, has long been associated with the religious cult of Sarkicism, another group of interests you're likely to be familiar with if you're a fan of what we do here. This group worships flesh and disease and is seen as an apocalyptic threat by the SCP Foundation. The Sarkis religion was founded thousands of years ago by an ancient elder being known as the Sorcerer King of Aditum, also called Grand Karcist Ion. The goal of Sarkicism is to bring about a new age of flesh, elevating humanity to the form of gods and potentially terraforming the entire Earth using SCP-610, the flesh that hates. So who or what was Karsis Vaski? What role did it have in the religion of Sarkicism, and how does it link to SCP-2833? The Foundation has collected a number of documents once belonging to a man named Sir William Henry Sleeman. Sleeman was an administrator who worked in India on behalf of the British East India Company before his death in 1856, and it is in his documents that some of the answers can be found. According to Sir William, the poor of India told him about a group of mystics who were both revered and feared among the country's peasantry. This group called themselves the Vatula and seemed to hold what Sleeman described as an unusual fetish towards death and decay. Sounds an awful lot like the Sarkists, doesn't it? Sir William heard rumors that these Vatula worshipped Shiva, but were never seen at temples, choosing instead to worship the Hindu god in seclusion. Additionally, though, each member of the Vatula, when asked, identified themselves by the title of Karsis Vaski. Not everyone feared them, however, as a group of men would often attack them. These men were Thuggee, organized gangs of professional robbers and murderers that traveled India, strangling their victims to death and robbing them blind. Perhaps because of this, the Vatula seemed wary to interact with any other worshippers of Shiva, often dismissing them as pretenders to the faith. Hoping to appease and gain an audience with the Vatula, Sir William's allies unleashed what they called the Daughter of Shadows, better known as SCP-029. This divided the Thuggee in the hopes that the Vatula would then accept Sleeman as an ally. Eventually, he achieved an audience with them and was unable to determine whether the group was genuinely devoted to their religious beliefs or was just a group of madmen. What Sir William didn't realize was that under the vestige of Karcist Vasky, this group was subtly spreading the influence of Sarkicism over India. As for SCP-2833, perhaps they are the descendants of the Vatula group, their lineage continuing through the passing of those little parasites. It's highly likely that these Vatula were all early instances of SCP-2833, which would explain why those captured by the SCP Foundation claim that they are all Karcist Vasky. A few years back in 2014, one of the Foundation's mobile task forces uncovered a body that was a genetic match to the other instances of SCP-2833. However, this one wasn't found in India, but in Krasnoyarsk, Russia. It had strange growths on its muscle tissue and bones, carrying multiple SCP-2833-A parasites inside its internal organs. The body had even been modified to contain an artificial uterus, which carried an infant SCP-2833 instance. It seemed that not only have SCP-2833 found a new way to evolve, carrying themselves in a modified body, but they're also beginning to spread further than ever before. You gotta hand it to the Sarkists. They're certainly adaptable. The entire Foundation was in turmoil. Researchers were getting into heated fistfights with security officers, who in turn were retaliating in fits of unbridled animalistic rage. The facility had erupted into such a frenzy, with chairs being hurled across testing chambers and armories raided for weapons, to escalate the brawl into a far deadlier incident. Tables were overturned and used as cover as the Foundation's own staff turned on each other. And before long, an all-out war had erupted. But this wasn't a battle of one side versus another. No, this was a wild and rampant free-for-all. Everyone was out to get everyone else, viewing their own colleagues as mortal enemies. And it was all thanks to Junior, the spawn of the Shy Guy. Only a month before, the Foundation had been subject to another bout of chaos, although this one was much more subdued than the explosive battle that would later sweep the facility. Everyone was abuzz. Researchers ignored their work, and some security personnel even abandoned their posts to see what all the fuss was about. Something was very wrong with SCP-096. The creature was normally docile unless directly observed. It spent the majority of its time just pacing around in its containment chamber or staying hunched over in a fetal position, crying to itself. In fact, it was so often sobbing quietly and making all manner of discontented noises that this became known as its usual behavior. At first, almost nobody had noticed that something was even amiss. All seemed right with the miserable monster, that is, until the screaming started. It was a loud, shrieking sound that pierced the eardrums of whoever heard it, then proceeded to climb down their spine and bring a chill to their bones, making their blood run icy cold and causing their skin to be littered with goosebumps. The screeching, disturbing noise flooded out of SCP-096's cell, reverberating off of every wall and echoing down every corridor until not one member of Foundation personnel could ignore it. It was unlike anything they'd ever heard from the creature before. This primal howling seemed to put everyone who heard it on edge, not just because it was unfamiliar, but because everyone uncannily seemed to know what the screams were indicating: pain. Perhaps even the worst physical pain that SCP-096 had ever felt. What if the Shy Guy was dying? Something had to be done. But therein lay a hurdle to clear first. How could the Foundation help, even offer medical assistance if needed, to a creature they couldn't even safely look at? What options are there for even getting somebody close enough to examine the Shy Guy without it killing them? They were limited. but a crowd of the SCP Foundation's best and brightest researchers had already congregated outside the containment chamber housing 096 after they heard its screams. Surely between them, they could come up with an idea. Hearing the Shy Guy continuing to howl in agony, one researcher came forward and made a suggestion. There was a device another Foundation researcher had developed, codenamed Scramble. Resembling standard-issue night vision goggles, one Dr. Dan had created these Scramble goggles to identify 096's face and digitally alter it so that the wearer was unable to see its face. Essentially, it edited out the Shy Guy's face in real time so that its homicidal rage state couldn't be activated. The use of Dr. Dan's Scramble goggles had previously led to a catastrophic incident that claimed the lives of Mobile Task Force Tau-1, also known as Big Brother. The Scramble devices allowed the wearer's brain to receive a single nanosecond of SCP-096 unscrambled before the image was altered by the goggles. So, needless to say, since time was running out to help the creature, and there were no other viable options for doing so, the Scramble goggles would need some serious refinement, and fast. Working as quickly as they could, the gathered gaggle of researchers requisitioned an old pair of scrambled goggles and started trying to improve them. Tinkering equipment specialists put their heads together with computer science engineers as they coded like crazy, all underscored by the continued screams of SCP-096. Then, without warning or even a hint of what had happened inside the cell, the screaming suddenly stopped. Everyone outside the containment chamber stopped for a second, falling deathly silent. The goggles were almost ready, but were they too late to save the Shy Guy? The security personnel who had also gathered in response to the sound all drew straws, with the officer pulling the shortest being the one tasked with venturing into the containment chamber. He was handed the goggles and instructed that they would blur his version entirely for a few seconds while the Scramble software had a chance to work. Then, once the device had double, triple, and quadruple checked the results, the goggles would activate fully, and in theory, work the way Dr. Dan had originally intended. Although the track record of the Scramble project meant that the officer was hardly reassured as he entered the dark, dingy containment chamber. He couldn't see a thing ahead of him, his vision totally obscured as the goggles started running the newly updated version of the Scramble software. They were untested, so naturally, the security officer's nerves were at peak levels, worried the device might fail, and any second, his eyes would be greeted by the face of SCP-096. He could tell the creature was still alive. There was a low sound of panting breaths coming from the far corner of the chamber, indicating that it hadn't perished, although it might have been injured. A sudden beep from the Scramble goggles startled the officer. The device had made its checks and was ready to activate. However, an unexpected message blinked on the heads-up display that read,
"Warning, multiple subjects detected."
Luckily enough, when the goggles activated, the officer was relieved to see they had worked. SCP-096's face was a grainy, pixelated mess. The creature showed little noticeable sign of any injuries too, and just seemed to be gently rocking itself in the corner. But quickly, the reason and perhaps even the cause of SCP-096's earlier screams soon became obvious. Though nobody had entered the containment cell before the security officer, it seemed the Shy Guy wasn't alone. Standing at about a third of SCP-096's considerable height was another Shy Guy. Or at least another version of a creature almost identical save for being shorter. It wobbled on its elongated legs, like it wasn't quite used to standing upright. It kept both arms outstretched towards SCP-096, almost as though it was reaching out for a hug, but the Shy Guy stayed in the corner, cowering away from the other creature. Through his Scramble goggles, the security officer looked on in disbelief at the scene before him. Somehow, completely unpredictably, SCP-096 had spawned an offspring. It had had a baby. There was a general air of disbelief among the assembled staff outside the containment chamber after the security officer had relayed what had happened. Most were quick to write it off as an impossibility. They'd studied SCP-096 for a long time, and it had been the only anomaly known to the Foundation matching its own very particular description. There had been no others sighted in the wild. It didn't seem to be part of a species, as far as anyone knew. But other researchers refuted this claim, given SCP-096's ability to travel at anomalous speeds and kill those that looked at it. It stood to reason there could be others. Maybe the Foundation wasn't aware of a whole species of Shy Guys because anyone who'd ever seen one didn't live long enough to report it. Then someone mentioned that it wasn't entirely unprecedented for anomalies to have offspring either. A long while before, SCP-049, the infamous beak-masked plague doctor, had laid an egg which had hatched into SCP-049-J, a smaller version of himself composed of moss and wads of tissue. Trying to apply logical understanding to each and every anomaly was a paradoxical exercise in futility. All anomalies had their own rules, even rules the Foundation had never observed before. After a great deal of deliberation and additional improvements of the scramble technology, a research team was sent into the containment chamber to retrieve SCP-096's progeny. The parent creature was still shying away from its creation, perhaps because it didn't want to raise it in the way that meant the child inherited its deadly sense of self-consciousness. Then again, maybe the Shy Guy was just afraid of what it had unleashed on an unsuspecting Foundation. Initial testing with the offspring creature revealed it was perfectly healthy and seemingly very much unlike its predecessor. Until any official SCP Foundation designation number could be assigned, the team examining it took to calling it SCP-096 Junior, or shortened to simply Junior. Junior regarded the Foundation scientists with curiosity, intrigued by them as well as their surroundings, picking up medical instruments before very carefully placing them back where it found them, treating every item it touched like they had been made of the finest, most delicate glass. One of the researchers likened its movements to that of a lemur or other similar primates, but with the reserved, timid, and docile nature of a well-domesticated pet. That was, at first. Naturally, the SCP Foundation, being the organization that it is, there quickly became an interest in whether Junior displayed the same anomalous traits as SCP-096. Call it curiosity or caution. They wanted to know if it would react the same way when observed without the protection of scramble goggles. So a test was devised, seating a member of D-Class personnel in the same room as Junior, and tasked only with looking at the Shy Guy's spawn. Everyone gathered with bated breath, the research team watching from an observation desk, all of them wearing scramble goggles to blur Junior's face. As a blindfolded D-Class was brought in and stood opposite of Junior, all of them expected that the test would unfold in a particular way, which made it all the more surprising when, as the D-Class's blindfold was removed, nothing happened. Junior regarded the convict with the same general curiosity as it had for everyone else, but beyond that, showed no change in behavior, no wild crying, no murderous rage state, nothing. "Are we sure this is actually the Shy Guy's kid?" one of the researchers joked. With the test concluded and then repeated a few extra times for good measure, Junior was deemed a safe class anomaly. Much like SCP-999 or Josie the Half-Cat, it was decided that Junior be allowed to wander freely around the facility. While initially a little unnerving to some staff when they first saw him without goggles, people quickly warmed to Junior. He was like a small monkey from a safari park, although with the added benefit of not stealing anyone's iPhone or wallet. But at least, until shortly after. Around nearly a month had passed since Junior's birth, and since then an odd change had been noted in SCP-096. The Shy Guy seemed calmer, more at ease, and far less anxious. What's more, researchers discovered that for the first time ever, he could be observed. However, before they could investigate further, all hell broke loose. It started in the holding cells where D-Classes were housed, initially written off as fights between inmates that got a little too out of hand. But soon the Foundation's own personnel started to violently attack each other. It was sparked at random, a state of animalistic rage that was focused on their fellow staff members, the people they worked with, the people who saw them every day, and it didn't stop. Those working at the facility were seemingly possessed by an inescapable urge to harm those around them, as if punishing each other for just looking at them. By the time a mobile task force was ordered to step in and defuse the situation, the scene they arrived to was one of utter chaos. Further examination uncovered that those who had seen Junior's face had been exposed to an anomalous effect. Looking at the creature gave the observer the same rageful reaction to being observed as SCP-096. They were compelled to kill anyone who saw them. However, most insidiously, this didn't seem to take effect instantly. In fact, those affected only entered their collective rage state after everyone in the facility had interacted with Junior at least once. almost like it had been waiting to infect everyone. While the remainder of the Foundation mopped up the aftermath of the incident, some theorized that SCP-096 had somehow expelled all its self-consciousness, all of its negative traits into its progeny. This was supposedly why the Shy Guy seemed so much calmer, so much so that it could even be observed. Whether Junior simply couldn't contain all SCP-096's negativity, or intentionally spread it to everyone else around it, it is unknown. The only solution to get things back to normal was to put the Shy Guy's self-consciousness back to where it came from. Here we are again with the Anomatron 6000, our state-of-the-art simulation computer that helps us create hyper-accurate simulations of some of the world's most bizarre scenarios. Whether it's SCP-096 versus Siren Head, Abel versus Chainsaw Man, or now perhaps our most ridiculous matchup yet, SCP-035, the Diabolical Possessive Mask, versus The Mask, the popular Jim Carrey character based on the hyper-violent comic book of the same name. So, what the heck are we waiting for? Let's crank up the machine and see what the results are. Somebody stop me! Okay, so what have we got on intake today? Researcher Werb asked, a tone of boredom hanging off his every word. Possible anomalous entity? His compatriot Dr. Macney replied, sipping his coffee, sounding equally as unenthused. Caucasian male, early 30s, a team of our agents picked him up in... The Foundation doctor checked his notes. Some place called Edge City? Real appealing tourist spot, he added sarcastically. Now, what's so anomalous about him? Werb questioned. His eyes lazily scanned over a file Macney had handed him. Says here he's just an ordinary bank teller. There's one prior arrest on his record, but the charges were dropped later on. This guy's a nobody. Apparently, he was in possession of an anomalous artifact, came the doctor's reply. He looked through the one-way glass into the interrogation room. Sat at the table wearing a matching pair of hideous pajamas was a wiry, brown-haired man. What was it? Researcher Werb asked, not bothering to check the file. A mask, apparently, Macney replied. This thing can form a symbiotic connection with whoever wears it. This guy's had it for a while. It causes him to undergo a dramatic intensification of his personality when he puts it on, as well as granting him some, unusual abilities. Hold on, aren't you just describing SCP-035? Werb said, looking confused. Nope, the doctor responded by handing him a clear evidence bag. In it was a single wooden mask, a dull darkish green tint to the object. It looked to be almost Viking in its design, with 3 holes on its surface, 1 for the mouth and 2 for the eyes. It was hard to deny it was completely different from the white porcelain of SCP-035. What's this guy's name again? Werb sighed, looking at the scruffy pajama-clad man waiting for them. Ipkiss, his colleague replied. Stanley Ipkiss. Meanwhile, locked up tight in a hermetically sealed glass case was another anomalous mask. SCP-035 was kept under lock and key by the Foundation, guarded constantly by a pair of armed security officers. One of them, Officer Riegert, had noticed something strange about the infamous possessive mask today, or stranger than usual anyway. SCP-035 was known to compel people to wear it if they were close enough, often through subtle psychic whispers, but today it seemed restless, almost agitated, like it found something nearby to be intensely annoying. I already told you everything I know, Stanley Ipkiss sighed exhaustedly. He'd been dragged out of bed at the crack of dawn by strange agents and was now being interrogated about what he knew of the wooden mask he'd come across floating in the river one fateful night. I don't know where it came from, I swear. I didn't even realize I still had it. We threw it back in the river, but my dog must have swum out and fetched it, Stanley explained. You have no idea what this thing is, not even from any first-hand experience, Mr. Ipkiss? Dr. Macney asked, holding the mask up. Look, I did take it to a psychologist who told me it might be Scandinavian, a representation of some Norse night god, Loki, I think, he answered. We're not interested in this mask as a historical art piece, Researcher Werb retorted. Tell us what happens when you put it on. Stanley paused for a moment, clearly aware he was in real trouble, but nervous about coughing up the details to his shady captors. With a sigh, he decided it was best to confess. I don't know how it works, but whenever you put it on, it's like it brings your deepest desires to life. When I wear that mask, I can do anything, be anything, he described, remembering a key detail. but it only works at night. Dr. Mackney and researcher Werb exchanged looks, uncertain if Ipkiss was just a lunatic or if there was truth to what he was telling them. "Assemble a security team," Mackney sighed. "We'll arrange a safe environment for you tonight, Mr. Ipkiss." Elsewhere in the facility, Riegert and his fellow security officer, Duggan, was watching over SCP-035 with growing concern. "What do you reckon has this thing so agitated?" Dugan wondered aloud. "Who knows?" Riegert sighed. "I've already reported it to command, told them 035's in a mood. They said to proceed as normal." Suddenly, as the words left his mouth, Officer Riegert felt strange. It was like he had been hooked by an overwhelming urge to put the possessive mask on. He barely noticed he had reached to unlock the door sealing the area where SCP-035 was contained in its case, and as he stepped through, Officer Dugan's pleas for him to stop barely registered. The other officer tried in vain to pull Riegert back as he walked towards the possessive mask, only to feel his coworker grip his shirt and swing him face first over and over again into the glass case containing the anomalous object. His body going completely limp after being used to break the glass, Riegert dropped Dugan to the floor, too lost in his trance-like state to realize he'd just killed a fellow Foundation security officer. He was too focused on SCP-035 as he lifted it up and placed it over his face. Meanwhile, Stanley Ipkiss had been brought to a testing area, a team of security officers standing around him. The fact that they were all armed did little to ease Stanley's nerves. Dr. Mackney strode up to him, pulling the green wooden mask out of the airtight bag it had been sealed in, and handed it to Stanley. "No funny business, Mr. Ipkiss," the doctor warned. "I really can't promise that," Stanley replied. He looked at the mask in his hands, noticed a green shimmer over the reverse side of it. As much as he had gladly given it up, part of him had missed wearing it. He could already hear the low rumbling of thunder outside as he lifted it towards his face, feeling it almost leap out of his hands and latch itself onto him. The green mask eagerly became attached to Stanley, the surface of it spreading out where it covered his face and wrapped around his entire head. Around him, the guards cautiously stepped back as they watched Stanley convulse and writhe around the place uncontrollably, like a man possessed. Both researcher Word and Dr. Mackney looked at each other in wordless disbelief before turning back to the scene unfolding before their eyes. The booming noise of thunder and cracks of lightning rang out, despite this all taking place indoors, as Stanley Ipkiss vanished in the center of a miniature tornado that spun wildly around the testing area before slowing to a halt. In its place stood a maniacal, wide-eyed figure, dressed in a garish yellow zoot suit and wearing an enormous toothed grin on his bright green face.
"How do, fellas?"
The mask bombastically hooted at the guards. Having been trained to deal with absurd anomalies aplenty, the security team all defensively raised their weapons out of a mix of instinct and confusion.
"Eesh, rough crowd,"
the green-faced lunatic stated to nobody. It looked like he had turned aside, as if addressing some invisible audience. Outstretching both arms and one leg, the mask instantly zipped off, hurling around the room in a whirlwind of absurdity, in the style of an old Tex Avery cartoon. The spinning, cackling combination of Stanley Ipkiss and the magical mask weaved in between the Foundation guards, all of whom tried in vain to restrain him until he disappeared out of the door.
"After him!"
Dr. Mackney yelled with urgency in his voice. The guards all turned to run after the mask, only for each one of them to trip over and land face first on the floor of the testing area, as if something had tied them all up by their ankles. It was only after the security officers all struggled back up to their feet that they noticed their pants had been yanked down, leaving the Foundation's finest somewhat embarrassed, to say the least. Outside the testing area, Stanley, or rather the mask, had already closed the door behind him. Out of nowhere, he produced a series of wooden planks and began hammering them into the doorframe, boarding it up before speedily adding chains and padlocks to the mix. Sighing and in an over-exaggerated manner wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned around, only to be met with the sight of even more SCP Foundation guards lying in wait, their guns all trained on him. The mask gave a scream of pure terror that briefly sent his skull popping out of his head and his eyes shooting out of his skull, before everything zipped right back into its original place. His eyes darted around at the faces of the Foundation security, wondering how he was going to get out of this one.
"Oh gee, this all seems familiar,"
he said either to himself or his audience.
"Well, if it ain't broken,
"Hit it!"
In the blink of an eye, the mask's bright yellow outfit had transformed, replaced by a silk blue rumba shirt with ruffled sleeves, white pants, and a wide-brimmed black hat. As they watched him stood at the ready, a few of the guards noticed the sound of music. Not one of them could tell where it was coming from, nor could they help starting to tap their feet or bob their heads to the rhythm of the Cuban Pete rumba. The entire security team quickly erupted into a full-blown dance number that anyone who saw it couldn't resist joining, all led by the mask, wildly waving maracas in the air and singing. Elsewhere in the facility, Officer Riegert was beginning to melt. He still had SCP-035 covering his face, the frown of the possessive mask conveying the entity's sheer discontent. The black ooze secreting from its porcelain surface had the unfortunate effect of corroding and melting down anyone that wore it, dissolving them entirely after a short period of time. Determined, SCP-035 pushed on, plodding its host towards a storage room. If it remembered correctly, the SCP Foundation had stored a number of temporary hosts for it, mannequins that, while not human, had enough of a humanoid shape for the possessive mask to use. Of course, after all of its attempts to escape, the Foundation had rescinded its privilege to be granted new hosts, not that it could stop it from taking them by force. Using the last of Officer Riegert's dwindling strength, SCP-035 barged its way into the storeroom. Sure enough, waiting there for it was a row of discarded mannequins. Lifting Riegert's hands before they had fully melted away, the possessive mask used him to place itself on a new body. Elsewhere, not too far away in the Foundation facility, a conga line of security officers and research personnel was parading through the corridors, all happily dancing and jiving to the music, despite still no one being able to figure out where it was coming from. Dashing away from his spot at the front of the line, the mask zipped around a corner, his clothes having changed back to his signature brightly colored zoot suit.
Never say no to a party!
He exclaimed after having danced his way to freedom. The sound of something shuffling closer quickly caught the mask's attention. He turned around to find himself standing green face to porcelain face with SCP-035.
You.
The masked mannequin raised a hollow arm pointing a finger from its host at Stanley.
You bear the god of mischief's carving. I could sense its presence since you arrived. Stealing my look, nobody likes a copycat, fella,
the mask replied.
Although intimidation is the sincerest form of flattery, and that's how Jim Carrey's career started.
He added, exploding with raucous laughter.
Cease your prattling!
SCP-035 hissed with spite.
Say, perhaps we're related.
The mask ignored it.
Oh, we could be long-lost family. You know, I always wanted kids of my own. Son of the Mask has a nice ring to it, right?
He paused, once again turning away to his unseen audience.
On second thought, maybe not.
The SCP-035 controlled mannequin leapt forward, gripping the mask's arm, causing him to scream in shock at the advance. His eyes bulged out of their sockets, zooming in on the corrosive black secretions oozing from SCP-035. The mannequin's other hand started reaching upwards, gripping his oversized green head as if it were trying to lift the mask right off of Stanley's face. Zooming away again, he sped down the nearest corridor, his arms stretching behind him, still clamped in SCP-035's grip. Coming to a screeching halt with the comical sound of car brakes, the mask wobbled his outstretched arm. A ripple traveled all the way along the elongated limb, as if it was made of elastic. His wrist still being held by the mannequin sporting the possessive mask, the force of the flailing rubbery arm was so great that it flung SCP-035's host body around, sending it head first into the ceiling, then plummeting back down to the ground. Its grip loosened, allowing the mask to reel back its stretchy arm, although it didn't return to normal length right away. His own hand pinged back and hit him in the face, only to start urgently trying to communicate of its own accord.
What's that, boy?
The mask said to his hand as it started performing a series of signals.
Little Timmy stuck down a well. You'd like a Friday night off? There's a two-bit chump wearing another mask walking menacingly down the hall towards us.
The hand suddenly turned the mask's head to look in the right direction. Sure enough, SCP-035 was using the mannequin to walk down the hall towards him. His elongated arm quickly returned to its normal size, as the green-faced lunatic took a quick draw stance, facing his oncoming adversary.
Now, you have to ask yourself one question,
he sneered, doing a fairly convincing impression of a green Clint Eastwood.
Do I feel lucky?
With a sweep of his hand, the mask had drawn an enormous weapon. The thing was a gigantic mass of different artillery, clicking and whirring. There were barrels on top of barrels, rockets, and other explosives locked into place.
Do I feel lucky?
The mask continued.
Well, do you, punk?
SCP-035 did nothing to slow its advance, so the mask pulled the trigger. Every one of his weapon's various components spat out a tiny flag with the word BANG written on it.
Ah, performance issue,
he said, doing his aside once again.
Not that I'm overcompensating for anything.
Clearly growing agitated, piloting its host, SCP-035 started charging towards the mask. Immediately, he spun around, becoming a tornado of hyperactivity and whooping noises as he sped down the adjacent corridor. The possessive mask staggered after him. The ooze leaking from the porcelain anomaly was dripping onto the mannequin wearing it, causing the plastic to be melted away, exposing the flimsy metal skeleton beneath. It knew it had to merge with a new host, find something else to corrupt. SCP-035 chased after the cartoonish troublemaker, knowing that if it could catch him, he'd be able to survive merging with it. His body, while wearing the other mask, barely obeyed the laws of physics, making him invulnerable to damage, and possibly even the corrosive substance oozing from the possessive mask. As if those weren't enough reasons, his powers seemed virtually limitless. Combined with the green-headed lunatic, SCP-035 could do anything. Reaching a stop at the end of another corridor, the mask spun around, wearing a comically undersized baseball uniform. He reached into his pocket and produced an oversized baseball bat, then proceeded to start hurling baseballs into the air and swatting them as hard as he could. As the mask increased the speed of his swings, a volley of hard-corked baseballs were fired down the corridor like a barrage of bullets, ricocheting off the walls and hitting the oncoming SCP-035. Each one struck its target, reeling the mannequin, but doing little much else to stop it getting closer and closer, until, with an almighty swing, the mask brought his bat crashing into SCP-035 with enough force to send the possessive mask and its hosts careening down the corridor. It sailed through the air, bursting through a wall, then flew into a research lab, tearing a huge hole in the next wall as it kept going. Finally, it came crashing out of the last wall, the outer wall of the facility, and dropped multiple stories to the ground outside. Changing costumes back to his classic suit and dashing after SCP-035, the mask passed through all the holes his adversary had left in the multiple walls it had crashed into. He screeched to a halt again and paused after getting through the outer wall, only to realize after a moment that he was hovering in mid-air, not standing on anything. Reaching into his suit pocket, the mask pulled out a sign on a stick with a single word written on it: "Yikes." He plummeted down to ground level, landing with such an immense crash that his body cracked into the asphalt below. It left a perfect outline of him imprinted in the ground, causing the mask to go completely pancake flat head to toe. Suddenly, before he could peel himself up off the ground and go back to being three-dimensional, SCP-035 staggered to its host's feet and pinned the mask down.
Finally,
It growled.
I've caught you. I've won. Your power is mine. Once I've combined with you, I will be able to ravage this world. I'm going to fuse to your face. Then I'll start with decimating those wretches that imprison me. The Foundation will fall, and then so will the rest of their precious world.
Forcefully, the mannequin's hand wrenched the mask off the ground, but as SCP-035 turned to look at what it had hoped to be its next host, well, let's just say the tragedy frown carved into its porcelain face had never been more appropriate. It wasn't holding the mask, it was holding a life-size cardboard cutout of a photo of the mask, grinning out from one side. Enraged, the possessive mask tore the decoy in half with its mannequin's hands.
Hey, Pachuco,
Said a cartoonish voice from right behind it.
did you miss me?
The mask had reappeared for real this time, grinning with his huge teeth, clearly getting a kick out of having someone to torment. SCP-035, on the other hand, had been getting increasingly irritated by all the wacky cartoon antics. With all the aggression it could channel through its mannequin host, it gripped the mask by the throat, his eyes bulging out of his head again.
See, no need to get all choked up over it.
He gagged.
You are so tiresome.
The possessive mask yelled, having finally run out of patience.
You know what? I won't merge with you. I should just kill you and put an end to your buffoonery. Let me take this thing off you first, though.
Its mannequin fingers started to hook into the mask's seam at the back of his bald green head.
Wait!
The mask begged, putting up both his hands in surrender. At least give me a final request, huh? Master Mask! Before the possessive mask could respond, the mask had swept it off its dissolving mannequin feet. He started to spin it around in a wild, over-the-top dance number, bopping and swinging to a tune that seemed to be coming from nowhere. The longer it went on for, the more and more of SCP-035's host's body started to dissolve away, until the mannequin finally wasted away. All that was left was a bubbling pile of black goo on the ground with the possessive mask laying in the middle. The mask chuckled, noticing the fumes trailing upwards into the air as the corrosive substance melted away the last of SCP-035's host.
Talk about smoking!
Alert. You are attempting to view the file on SCP-001. This file is highly classified, and its contents are sealed by the order of the O5 Council. By continuing to view them, you are confirming that you have received prior authorization. If you are found to be viewing these materials without adequate clearance, you will be terminated. If you choose to accept these risks and verify your credentials, access will be granted in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The following is a truncated summary, based on transcripts from an official meeting of the O5 Council. You have been warned. O5-1 sat at a conference table, addressing his colleagues. All of the other council members looked at him expectantly, except one. Hello, everyone, O5-1 began. I'm sure you're all wondering why 13 isn't here today. I'll get to that, but I first want to publicly address something I'm sure you've all noticed by now. After talking to you for the past week or so, I've noticed that we've all been inducted onto the council almost at the exact same time. All of us except 13, that is. In fact, 13 probably conducted your orientation. The other council members nodded. That's good to know that it wasn't just me, O5-2 commented. I would have expected the last two to run me through things, O5-1 sighed. Indeed. In fact, I asked 13 about it, but he refused to say much. Of course, he pled ignorance, but I don't believe that. As you might guess, the previous 12 O5s did not retire at the same time. They were killed. In fact, this building isn't even the original Site-01. That was destroyed. I think you can see where this is going. O5-3 frowned. So, we have a dead O5 council, a missing Site-01, and somehow none of this is on our records. And only one suspect, piped up O5-2. O5-1 held up a hand, drawing attention back to his words. I would like to designate O5-13 as one of our SCP-001 projects. Of course, this will be kept secret from him, but we need to investigate this entire ordeal until we figure out what happened, how it happened, and why O5-13 is the only one left standing. After the aforementioned conference, O5-13 was designated SCP-001. SCP-001 is a male human of Latin American descent, standing at approximately 1.9 meters tall. The exact nature of this entity and the anomalous properties he possesses are not yet known. He was given his anomalous classification following the Caesar incident, an event that resulted in the death of all previous O5 council members, aside from 13, the complete eradication of the previous Site-01, and the loss of any official documentation on 13 or his appointment to the council. SCP-001 is contained in a modified containment facility, constructed similarly to other Foundation sites, with the exception of additional living arrangements for the members of the Overwatch Council. The facility is equipped with state-of-the-art security cameras, as well as 3 nuclear warheads intended as failsafes. These will detonate if SCP-001 breaches containment. One designated member of the Council is to be given amnestic drugs on a regular basis, and maintain official documentation of all information gathered about SCP-001. This council member will be referred to as the Archivist, and will hold the position for approximately 4 months at a time, though they may terminate their duties sooner if the amnestic side effects prove too detrimental to their health. When a council member's time as the Archivist comes to a close, they must conduct a meeting to assess what they have learned. O5-1 was appointed to the role of inaugural Archivist, and several months later, a second conference was called. One of the subjects discussed was a series of interviews conducted with survivors of the Caesar incident. Though several members of personnel made it out relatively unscathed, they had no memory of the incident at all, and their interviews were unfortunately of no help. During the events of the conference, O5-10 revealed that he had recovered a copy of the previous O5 personnel dossier. It included an entry that described O5-13's purpose on the council, stating, O5-13's special connection to the anomalous gives him a perspective no other council member could begin to fathom. While normalcy confirmation meetings require 11 members for quorum, no meeting is allowed to proceed without O5-13's attendance. In addition to this entry,
there was a table recording O5-13's various anomalous property measurements. Perplexingly, his appearance, temperature, skeletal structure, corporeality, and induced emotional states were all found to be within the baseline of normality. The remainder of the conference was designated to deciding the next steps for a series of specialized teams looking into the Caesar incident, SCP-001's origin, and the entity's anomalous properties. O5-8 was selected as the next archivist, and the meeting disbanded with a new sense of purpose. The Caesar incident team managed to identify the geographical location of the previous Site-01 by searching for records of unusual seismic activity on the date of the incident. Earthquake records led them to an island off the coast of Greenland, where the remains of the site were waiting. An investigative team attempted to search the island, but was prevented from exploring the ruins by representatives of the Global Occult Coalition, who demanded they leave immediately. Investigation into the presence of the GOC on the island turned up a curious connection. Their representatives had spoken with O5-13 before setting up an outpost there. Meanwhile, the Origins investigation team looked into records of O5-13 at various groups of interest. Reports were conflicting and difficult to parse, and the team brought their findings to the third conference. Notice from O5-8. Conference number 3 was cut short after an intense exchange led to enough people leaving the meeting for us to lose quorum. We archived all the materials covered up to that point, as well as the efforts made to de-escalate tension between the members. However, this also means that information herein was not properly vetted by the entire council before being uploaded, so we erred on the conservative side. If you need to see the full proceedings, please contact the current archivist. Before the premature adjourning of the conference, the following conversation took place. O5-1. Excuse me, I believe some clarification regarding the exchange with Marshall, Carter, and Dark is necessary. How so? It mentions here that you performed an exchange. It is important for the records and for our general information security that we know exactly what information was exchanged. Yes, that does make sense. I'm sorry. I did not write that section of the report. If my memory serves me well, 7 was responsible for the Marshall, Carter, and Dark reconnaissance. Well, 7, could you elaborate? O5-7 looked at O5-1 and swallowed. You know, the rules are pretty tight on this. Why did you give them anything in the first place? Yeah, 11 makes a good point. Don't we have our own spies working some of the transport routes? O5-7 nodded and then began going through her belongings. Could you at least tell us what kind of information you gave them? O5-7 paused, thought to herself for a moment, and then motioned to the entire council. Wait, you gave them information about us? O5-7 shook her head, paused again, and then nodded her head yes. She held up a finger and then went back to looking through her files. But that's... No, I don't believe this. We can't let people know about us no matter the situation. Imagine if word got out that the old council had been killed. I bet cults across the planet would have a heyday. I doubt she said anything actually important. Oh, really? I've only dealt with the merchants once or twice, but they know how to appraise anything, especially information. O5-7 held up an index finger and then continued looking through her files. Are you just going to ignore the issue then? Just gonna hang us out to dry? 11, you need to calm down. We're all waiting on you! O5-7 looked up at O5-11 and then put her files away. She gathered her things and left the room. Ha! Can't take being called out, I see. 11, I will need to speak with you following this meeting. You can talk to me now, I'll be in my office. O5-11 left the room. 8, I'd like to go after 7 to make sure she didn't actually do something stupid. That's fine, I believe that would drop us below quorum. But I believe this meeting has fallen apart anyway. 1, 12, and I will make the next update ourselves. This SCP-001 conference is dismissed. Addendum. An update has been added to this file by O5-8 regarding security concerns. Following the official ending of the meeting, O5-7 distributed the summary of all information exchanged with Marshall, Carter, and Dark. The information was pulled from the out-of-date O5 dossier. The current explanation as to why it was accepted by the group of interest is that it would have confirmed any information they had gathered previously about the O5 Council. As part of the exchange, we have received a tip as to where to find more information on SCP-001, which the Origins team will investigate for the next conference. O5-7 later clarified in a written statement that she had left the meeting simply to retrieve the file detailing this information, since it was not on her person. O5-7 insisted that she does not need an interpreter due to information security concerns. A discussion was scheduled between her and O5-1 to reduce communicational issues at a later date. O5-11 issued a formal apology. I hope that this will be a cessation of any internal conflicts. We are working together, and therefore require that a trusting relationship has been established between all members. As Abraham Lincoln once said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." 05-12 was appointed to the position of archivist, and after several months passed, a fourth conference was called. The following is an excerpt from this meeting. Why doesn't your team start us off? All right, sure. We did make some nice progress. Always good to start a meeting on a high note. You all remember those 4 survivors we talked about last meeting, right? We got back in touch with them and did a more thorough interview. More intense techniques, lie detector tests, heart rate monitoring, the whole shebang. Do you have transcripts? I do, but spoiler alert, they're not very different from the first round. So we're now convinced they genuinely don't remember. How far does 13's anti-memetic side reach? Slow down there, we're not quite done. You see, as part of our second round of interviews, we also did a physical examination and some tests to see what messed with their heads. And we found they all had a little scar right on the side of their necks, right where we inject amnestics. I mean, while I understand what you're implying, we tend to administer amnestics fairly liberally. Last meeting was essentially just a prolonged reminder of how much we value InfoSec. True, but we keep good records of who we use with that stuff, how much we're using, if we're using the pills or the syringe, etc., etc. However, when I went to look up if any of our survivors had ever taken the injectable amnestic, all my results came back negative. I also took the liberty of checking out Red Right Hand. The entire squad's got injection scars and we rarely wipe those guys. Whatever happened, I think we covered it up ourselves. When you say ourselves, do you mean... Oh, no. I just mean the Foundation. If we were actually involved, then everyone here would have those scars, but 6, 9, and I definitely don't have them. So that leads me to believe they didn't drug us. It would be an all-or-nothing deal. Good work. Sounds like 8 needs to have a talk with our amnestics department. Wait. Sorry. I'm still trying to keep all the details in order. You said that they were injected? Yes. See, that's what I don't get. We used the injections like 10 years ago. We moved on to the pills since you can miss a vein. Also, I checked our amnestic supply right after the Caesar event, and we didn't see any variation from our normal usage. Maybe the records are off. We found that whatever 13 did, he's good at covering up his tracks. I don't think that's it, because you know who does still use those injectable amnestics? The GOC. I see. We'll have to schedule another meeting with our good friends at the UN as well. After discussing potential origins for SCP-001, the Council moved on to the subject of 05-13's anomalous properties. The anomalous properties team presented their findings. Okay, so everyone here has the records of our measurements, although I can tell you now, they are not particularly insightful. Do you have too many leads to choose from? Well, quite the opposite, actually. We have nothing. Nothing abnormal with regard to radiation, Humes, radio frequencies. 13 is almost impressively normal. Are you sure we're not going about this wrong? I mean, I know we've kind of quantified some of our anomalies in the past, but as a general rule, they're not supposed to follow the rules, right? That is what I was beginning to suspect, although it is troubling that he can just hide it from us entirely. Or there is the other option. We're not only barking up the wrong tree, but we're in the entirely wrong forest. You're saying he's not even anomalous in the first place? It's either that, or we're dealing with a god. And a god who knows the Foundation better than even we do. Let's continue to discuss the non-anomalous option, since it appears that there would be very little we could do about the other case. So that would mean he's probably an inside man for the insurgency. Or the Serpent's Hand. Nein, not the Hand. They don't operate like this. He might be a fittest fanatic. Well, that too. Or maybe he's with someone else. We've seen quite a bit of the GOC and UIU popping up in this. My apologies, but I do find it difficult to believe that a single insurgent would be able to detonate the on-site nuclear warhead from halfway across the globe, if we believe our previous information. I'm not so sure we can, though. It sounds like he spoke to a regular body double. Maybe his anomalous property is that he can create body doubles? But what are we supposed to do with that? Excuse me, I'd like to return to the earlier line of discussion about 13 being unable to perform the assassination due to possibly meeting with our point of contact. Because I'm beginning to believe that he actually did meet with 13. So, you believe he was able to blow Site-01 sky high from halfway across the globe? I mean, if we're going with the God theory, I could see it. No, I'm saying he had help. Or at least more than one man helping him. Remember how our request to install additional security cameras was denied by the Ethics Committee? You finally talked to them. I did. I met with Mr. Huang to demand an explanation. He refused and told me it was above my security clearance. Above your security clearance? You're on the goddamn council. There simply aren't things outside of your jurisdiction. You run the ethics committee, for God's sakes. That's not quite accurate. I'm not in charge of the ethics committee. I'm simply the O5 ambassador to it. They need to be a separate entity to eliminate bias in various cases. So you believe that 13 is in league with the ethics committee? Or the administrator if it's set above your security clearance? Or both? Whoever it is, they're trying very hard to stop us from seeing him in private. Someone should just let us give him a full physical. He's probably baseline. This would let us confirm that. Yeah, but if we're wrong and our God theory is correct, he'll blow our asses sky high like the last council. I believe we need to adjourn here, so we have enough time to prepare for our next full council meeting to avoid suspicion. Although we do not need to expand our search further, I will consider speaking to 13 before the next conference, but I will only do so if I believe it will not result in a second Caesar incident. Are there any objections to this? The council fell silent. Then I believe this conference is dismissed. Alert. Retina scan confirmed. Identity verified. Your credentials have been accepted and further access has been granted. Welcome, O5-13. You have one new message. Hello, 13. I'm sure you've been keeping tabs on your fellow council's progress. They're growing closer than either of us wanted, but I'm not surprised. When you get enough smart people together, they tend to surpass your expectations. You're probably hoping this is going to end soon. I'm sorry you've gone through this. It obviously wasn't in our plan for you when we inducted you into the council. But if you could keep up our gambit a little longer, I would be appreciative. I'm unconvinced your cohorts are ready to know what happened to their predecessors, and I don't want to ask Alfine and Johnson to help clean up another May 13th. I don't even want the thought of pulling a Caesar event in their heads. The GOC and the UIU already have enough dangling over my head as is. But if they do approach you and confront you about the situation, I'd rather you have a direct answer. Also, transcripts tend to be more convincing than recall. I've attached here the transcript from the O5 meeting before the Caesar incident. It's part of the last-minute backup that Site-01 performed as part of Stage 3 containment breach protocols. If anyone asks where those backups are stored, you can tell them the same thing I told you. It's beyond their clearance. Love, the administrator. O5-1 was present in the O5 Council conference room. He was working at a laptop in front of him, beside which sat a cup of coffee. A message flashed up on his screen reading, "Access granted. You have 5 minutes to complete an action before the session automatically shuts down." He grumbled to himself, irritated. 2 minutes passed before the remaining council members except for O5-13 entered the room. "You're all here, great. I wouldn't want one of you to be off-site for this." Juan, what's this about? I know you've been going through a phase lately, but emergency meetings demand a real emergency. Oh, it's an emergency, all right. Then spit it out. We have a breach, new XK level threat? No. It's more of something under 2's jurisdiction. We have an internal affairs issue. O5-1 motioned to the coffee. One of you bastards thought I would actually drink this. Someone didn't give you enough sugar? No. Too much arsenic. Another message flashed up on the computer reading, "You have 3 minutes to complete an action before the session automatically shuts down." Do you want to finish with that? That pain in the ass can be patient. Wait. You think one of us tried to kill you with your coffee? Oh, don't act like that's below you. I know you've all been out to bury my ass. One, calm down. I know we've had our differences, but... But what? It's not like this is the first time one of you has tried to destroy me. I know you all once tried to infiltrate one of my transports. Infiltrate? He was assigned to fill in for... It's no use, 5. The man can't think straight anymore. Oh, really? Who's the one here with his head so far up Marshall's ass he can taste the caviar? You're accusing me of selling out? No, I'm accusing all of you of selling out or being out for yourself or some nonsense. You've all gone soft. It used to be, if it doesn't make sense, throw it in a cage. Now it's, let's measure it, look at it, figure out what it is, then make sure it doesn't bother anyone. That's not containment. That's sitting idly and hoping the public doesn't find it. My God, we've started outsourcing to pet shelters. You know, if this is a problem, we can just calm down and rethink our stances on a few things. That won't change anything. Half of you are under someone's thumb and the other half of you are so messed up you need a cell of your own. Says the man who suggested we drink from the fountain of youth. Well, 7, you're right. I'm about as far from baseline as the rest of you. Like, goddammit, anomalies are essentially running this organization. The computer chimed in saying, You have 2 minutes to complete an action before the session automatically shuts down.
Shut up, goddammit!
We're getting off topic. You said someone poisoned you. What about 13? He's not even here.
That's because I sent him to talk to nobody.
What? Why?
Because he's the only one I trust. He's the only one I don't need to have this chat with. He's the only normal person on this whole goddamn council. We plucked him off the streets and just started asking him, do you think this is weird? I'm not worried about someone whose movements we've been able to monitor since he came out of the uterus. You freaks. I don't know what you all did before you showed up here. For all I know, you're just eldritch abominations waiting for the chance to kill me dead.
1. Slow down. They were so wrapped up in their argument, they barely noticed the computer saying, you have 1 minute to complete an action before the session automatically shuts down.
And you know what? We've always been pretty liberal with containing anomalies. Now we might have 12 of them on the council. 1! What?
Your session, just finish it already. It's distracting as all hell.
You know, you're right. I should just finish it already. There's not much more for me to do.
05-1 resumed his work at the computer, aside from containing you, like the inhuman aberrations you are. But it was a little too late for that. The computer, which had been allowed to time out, said, Emergency Stage 3 Containment Breach Protocol activated. The on-site nuclear warhead will detonate in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This concludes the file on SCP-001. It appears that in a place dedicated to studying the strange and unusual, where the bizarre and anomalous have become the pedestrian, the usual, just another day at the office, the most notable thing a person can be is completely average. When the impossible becomes possible, when you and everyone around you are the furthest thing from normal, the ordinary is the stuff of nightmares.
The year was 2015. Louis, Joseph, and Sydney were like a lot of kids their age, which is to say, 11 years old. They secretly stay up past their bedtime watching scary videos on the internet when their moms and dads think they're sleeping. They go to school every day and daydream about all the fun things they're going to do when that school bell finally rings at the end of the day. And of course, they play a lot, and we mean a lot, of Minecraft. Whenever they're not at school, hanging out at the local park and filming goofy TikTok videos, or watching those aforementioned scary videos on the internet, there's a good chance that they'll be online together, logging a few extra hours building bases, digging big holes, or playing survival mode, and seeing how long they can last against the onslaught of mobs. But there's one particular pursuit they have while playing Minecraft together that takes up the majority of their playtime. One quixotic quest that drives them forward, despite all the naysayers and doubters, tracking down and finding the legendary Minecraft creepypasta entity, Herobrine. For those who weren't around on the internet back then, creepypastas like Herobrine were all the rage. Like any video game, the new frontier of Minecraft with all of its procedurally generated landscapes felt like it held new mysteries. And mysteries are equal parts exciting and frightening. After all, who really knows what's going on behind a closed door? Herobrine was a Minecraft-specific little urban legend. Stories told of a default Minecraft skin with eerily white eyes manifesting in the game, even in solo matches, and terrorizing players. One internet sleuth who looked into the mystery of Herobrine claimed it to be the haunted soul of the dead brother of Minecraft's creator, Marcus Persson, also known as Notch. In the years since the legend first started, Notch himself has come forward and disavowed the claim, saying that, in fact, he didn't even have a brother and never had, so the rumors were completely baseless. But as we here at the SCP Foundation know, the truth has never gotten in the way of a good story. So Louis, Joseph, and Sydney were happy to remain believers as long as they could keep having fun chasing alleged digital ghosts. How could any of these boys know that in the midst of their fun, they'd run into a real monster amidst Minecraft's blocky vistas? It was a school night like any other when they made that first fateful expedition. It was 7:15 p.m., and the boys were all in their shared server. Louis had chicken tenders, Joseph had chicken nuggets, and Sydney, who'd eaten his dinner earlier than the others, was snacking on a pack of Skittles. They'd all outfitted their characters with full diamond armor, with diamond swords to match, because Joseph had somehow convinced the others that diamonds were ghost-proof. He read it on the internet, he claimed.
Together, the three boys had made themselves an impressive Minecraft castle to be the base of their Herobrine hunting operations. A safe haven surrounded by high stone walls and mob-repelling torches to keep them safe if ever they got a little too spooked while playing. Though playing was perhaps too mild a word for it. In the minds of these three boys, they were doing extremely important investigative work. After all, if they managed to actually find Herobrine themselves, they would be creepypasta legends. And wouldn't that be worth all the hours upon hours of rigorous mining and crafting? They'd been methodical in their search, scoping out different corners of the map and canvassing them together, searching high and low, and then marking said area off their checklist. It was a level of consideration and thought that their parents and teachers had long wished the boys would put into their home or schoolwork. But alas, seeing as none of the homework was find Herobrine, they really weren't that interested. Today, they were searching an area deep in the misty forests in the dead of night. They fought off a few spiders and sword-wielding skeletons, thankfully no creepers, aw man, and kept foraging on into the darkness.
It's so creepy out here, Lewis said over his headset. Why do we have to come out here at night? It's way more dangerous with all the mobs. The night is like the perfect time for ghosts, Sydney retorted. You think a ghost is gonna start hanging around in the middle of the day? No way, it's gotta be at night, man. And Lewis simply could not argue with such incredibly sound logic. They forged on, doing their typical methodical search for any phenomenon that one might generously be able to describe as supernatural. So you can only imagine the excitement coursing through them when Joseph discovered a strange, dark cave that looked as though it had no business being there. While each held their own private reservations, they all knew what they needed to do: go inside and investigate. As they entered the cave, a few strange realizations occurred to them, such as the fact that there were seemingly no mobs down here. A cave in the dead of night? Surely there should be some enemies, right? Plus, the typical lighting implements, like torches and lanterns, didn't seem to offer the same kind of illumination that they normally would. It was almost like the darkness was more oppressive here, more tangible. There was undeniably something eerie about the whole setup. That much couldn't be denied. You guys see anything? Lewis asked. No, Joseph said, sounding oddly cautious, as though he sensed something strange was on the horizon. Something that perhaps these boys shouldn't see. Yeah, I haven't seen anything either, Sydney chimed in. Maybe we should. Joseph screamed, and the two others turned their Minecraft avatars to look at him. Joseph's character had bumped into something, some stranger in the cave. An NPC design that looked oddly realistic for something inhabiting the purposefully lo-fi blocky world of Minecraft. It seemed to have a dark, furry body, with a canid skull-like face bearing a pair of milky white eyes that seemed to stare off into nothingness. Was this another mob? Maybe something added in the latest patch? If so, why wasn't it attacking? What is that thing? Lewis asked over his headset. I don't know, Joseph replied. It's so creepy though. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen, as though it had been typed and sent by another player, a player with the username MalO. The message read, "Hey, that isn't very nice. You shouldn't judge on appearances, kid." That certainly gave them pause. So many things about this didn't make sense. It had all the hallmarks of an NPC, but apparently it understood their voices and could send messages. It clearly wasn't actually another player in a conventional sense, but it didn't attack like your typical mob. None of the boys could really make sense of what they were dealing with here. Are you a hacker? Sydney asked. No, MalO typed back. I'm just lonely and a long way from home. It's nice to have your company down here though. I don't get visitors often. Have you heard of Herobrine? Lewis asked. MalO typed back. Is he a friend of yours? You should introduce him to me. I love making new friends. The three boys were, in some regards, rather mature and polite for their ages, and so remained civil with this bizarre, mysterious figure, who was curious and inquisitive, asking them questions about their school lives and their friends. It did seem earnestly happy for their company, so it didn't give any of them the sense that it was a threat. As night drew on and the boys' respective parents told them it was time to log off and get some shut-eye, MalO finally typed, I've really enjoyed hanging out with you kids. Come back and visit me again tomorrow. If you don't, I'll come visit you instead. None of the kids picked up on the probably rather obvious stranger danger vibes of this message, and instead they went to bed, excited and curious.
The next day, they met up on the playground for a kind of state of the union on the strange phenomenon they had encountered the night before.
Do you think it has anything to do with Herobrine?
Lewis asked.
Forget Herobrine,
Sydney replied, eliciting gasps from the two others.
All the other people have Herobrine. We have something better. Something only we've discovered. We've got MalO.
Later that night, Joseph, who was probably the most studious of the group, tried to do a little background research on MalO. Everything seemed to turn up dead ends, aside from one slightly shady-looking app called MalO version 1.0.0. Its description read, "Never settle for those awkward feelings of being alone ever again. MalO is an exciting and interactive experience that will keep you engaged and intrigued. The anxiety of social situations can be nerve-wracking, but just after a few hours of MalO, you will soon forget all about those painful emotions of disappointment. Be part of the new craze that is quickly becoming the next social substitute. Remember, the more you participate, the more MalO will engage you. Your experience is completely up to you. Absolutely no ads. Enjoy." Weird. So unless the thing they encountered on Minecraft was some kind of weird viral marketing campaign for the app, it was probably just a coincidence. Maybe it was a popular character from Japan or something. Either way, for the next several days, the boys honored their promise. They'd visit MalO in the cave every night and chat, trying to tactfully get more information out of it. Though the best they could get on the entity's origin was the cryptic statement, "I'm not usually here, but everyone wants a vacation once in a while, don't they? We can't just spend our whole life on a phone." They'd become so acclimated to MalO over the days that they forgot what the entity had said to them the very first day they met. "Come back and visit me again tomorrow. If you don't, I'll come visit you instead." But on the day that they didn't come and visit MalO, because Miss Grayson had sent a particularly challenging piece of English homework, they received a frightening reminder. That very night, they all started receiving strange texts on their phones. As you can probably expect, they were all photographs, each and every one depicting some regular haunt that the boys all liked to frequent, with one addition. MalO's grinning skull face hiding somewhere in the image, like some kind of demented parody of Where's Waldo. The strangeness of this new development left all the boys shaken, and they hopped back onto Minecraft as quickly as possible to go find and talk to MalO in its cave. However, this time the cave was empty, and MalO was nowhere to be seen. But the text still didn't stop. They'd come in so frequently, with MalO getting closer to home, literally in each one. The boys thought about telling their parents, but would their parents believe them? They'd probably lump MalO in with the same tall tales of childhood imagination as Herobrine, and write it off as bored kids playing a prank, even though in this case, it was anything but. More photos arrived. In these ones, MalO was right outside each of the children's homes, lurking, watching. In some of the photos, they could see themselves in the windows, going about their evening business, having no idea of the creature lurking just outside. None of the boys felt like playing Minecraft that night. It wasn't fun anymore. Instead, they shut themselves up in their rooms, closed and locked their windows, and pulled down the blinds, after checking under the beds with flashlights, of course. But still more photos came in, all depicting MalO getting closer and closer and closer. Right about the time they were wondering whether the scratching on the outside of their bedroom door was real or just a figment of their imagination, another dark irony had occurred to them. All this time trying to find something supernatural, and in the very end, something supernatural had instead found them. Want an anomaly of your own? Check out scpswag.com for high-quality SCP merch. Welcome back, SCP Explained viewers. We hope you're all having a terrible day. I'm sorry, my mistake. I meant we hope you're all having a wonderful day. That unfortunate linguistic mix-up was brought on by a force we're still struggling to understand. You see, we here at SCP Explained have fallen under the influence of a temporal anomaly commonly referred to as Opposite Day. You might be under the impression that Opposite Day is just something elementary school children came up with to excuse walking backwards and saying things they don't mean, but you would be sorely mistaken. It is all too real, and no one is immune to its confusing effects. In the spirit of Opposite Day, which comes for us all no matter how much we try to prepare, we decided to fire up the good old Anomatron 6000 to see how this unknowable force might impact one of the anomalies at the SCP Foundation. We all know what happens in the ordinary non-opposite world when someone looks at SCP-096's face. It's one of the first rules they tell new employees at the SCP Foundation: don't look at the Shy Guy's face. But what if the effect was reversed? What if seeing SCP-096's face didn't send the creature into an irrepressible murderous rage, but rather inspired the same mindless violence in the ordinary person that saw it? Let's start the simulation and find out. Imagine, if you can, a world in which the SCP Foundation did not have SCP-096 in containment, or even know of its existence. It is difficult to envision a creature nearly synonymous with the Foundation itself living a life outside of those reinforced concrete and steel walls. But that is the world in which our story begins. Deep in the snow-covered forests of a remote mountain range, a long-limbed, pale humanoid creature ran through the trees with innocent abandon. Its white skin and long, thin arms and legs allowed it to blend in with the snow and the narrow trunks of the trees, providing a natural camouflage from any interlopers that might present a threat. The creature lived a largely peaceful existence, feeding on roots, berries, and yes, some of the local wildlife. But that's just the way things work in nature. There are predators and prey, none good or evil in the way human beings conceive of things, all just doing their best to stay alive. The creature that does not think of itself as SCP-096 had known little more than the life it lived in the forest, keeping itself hidden from view whenever hikers or explorers happened upon its domain. It couldn't be sure what would happen if it was found, but its instincts drove the creature to avoid detection at all costs. But there is no way to guarantee perfect safety in this world, and as it so often does, one day something went wrong. Exhausted from searching for food all day and night, the creature decided to get some rest, leaning its head against a sturdy tree trunk and closing its eyes for a little while. It did not fall asleep. The creature wasn't capable of sleep the way humans might think of it, but it did allow its mind to wander and its alertness to slip. It let down its guard, only for a moment, but that was one moment too many. That was just enough time for its keen ears to miss the sound of approaching footsteps, muffled slightly by the thick blanket of snow covering the ground. By the time it heard one of the hikers speak, it was too late.
What is that? I'm not sure. Should we get a closer look?
The creature opened its eyes to find two strangers, a man and a woman clad in heavy winter coats and hiking gear, standing just a few feet away. It turned reflexively toward the sound, and then the stranger's eyes fell upon its face. All of a sudden, their expression changed from apprehension and curiosity to a twisted scowl, a mix of fear, pain, and animalistic rage. The hikers each let out a primal scream and descended on the creature, attacking it with whatever they had on hand. The woman clawed at its face with her fingernails, and the man pulled the heavy backpack from his shoulders and began to hit the creature with it again and again. The creature was far bigger and far stronger than these two strangers, and it fought back in an attempt to defend itself. It swung its massive arms at the hikers, sending them flying in opposite directions. The woman collided with a tree, her head hitting wood with a loud crack. The man flew out of sight, disappearing over the edge of a cliff. The creature hadn't intended to hurt them, only to keep itself safe. As the Shy Guy began to feel a pang of guilt for the first time in its life, it heard that horrible scream again. The woman had regained consciousness and was resuming her attack in full force, blood dripping from her nose and ears and staining the white snow red. If the Shy Guy was able to speak, it would have said, "Why are you doing this? Please stop, I don't want to hurt you." But it couldn't say a word, so instead it decided to try and outrun the woman instead. It turned and began to tear through the forest at a swift, unnatural gait as the woman's screams faded away into the distance. As the Shy Guy had suspected, she could not keep up with its inhuman speed, especially not with the injuries she had sustained during the fight. But what had happened? Why had she and the man with her flown into such a violent rage? Something about the sight of the creature's face had set them off. It had avoided detection for so long, but it had gotten sloppy, and now its home was no longer safe. There was no time to rest. The creature would have to find another safe place to hide, and soon.
The last thing it wanted was another confrontation with a stranger who would look at its face and then erupt into violence. As the creature continued to run, leaving the thick cover of the tree line and making its way down the mountain, it wondered, would anyone who saw its face react the same way? Perhaps this was just a uniquely awful case. Perhaps this wouldn't happen again. Still, it would be best to stay out of sight. Better safe than sorry. Of course, the creature not yet known as SCP-096 had never heard that expression, living a completely solitary life void of any idioms or classic sayings. But its feelings vis-a-vis safety and regret were pretty much the same. The creature descended the treacherous mountain, effortlessly navigating the unforgiving rocky surface and deadly slicks of ice. By the time the creature had left its old mountain home behind, the sun had set and night had fallen on the wintry landscape. It slowed its stride then, listening for the sounds of approaching potential threats, but there appeared to be no one around. It was just the lone, pale creature, the moon peeking out from behind the clouds, and the open, unknown world ahead. After some time walking completely alone, the creature spotted lights up ahead. It did not understand the concept of a town, but indeed that's what it was. The creature swerved away from the majority of the lights and stumbled upon an old wooden barn, apparently abandoned and left to rot in the elements. This would be as good of place as any to rest for a little while, to shelter from the incoming snowstorm and stay out of sight. So the Shy Guy made itself a makeshift bed of straw and curled up there to wait out the night. As it lay there thinking about the day before, it felt a sudden wave of grief for its lost home, for the changes that had come into its life unbidden and turned it all upside down. The creature covered its face with its massive hands and began to weep. The creature was startled from its tears when morning came, and with it the sound of someone breaking down the rotting wood beams that lined the barn walls. It stood looking toward the sound and saw the woman from the mountain, pale and shivering, eyes rimmed with dark circles and face caked in dried blood. She still screamed that horrible scream, tearing away at the wood even as it ripped up the flesh of her hands. She was missing one boot, and her coat was torn open, scattering tiny feathers with every movement. She did not appear to feel the cold, the pain, the exhaustion of chasing the creature for so long. She only wanted one thing, to destroy the creature by any means necessary. With a screech like a banshee, she leapt onto the creature's back, clawing at its face and eyes. It thrashed wildly, throwing the woman to the ground and running without a glance back. Maybe she survived her fall onto the cold, hard ground, or maybe it would be the blow that actually finished her off. The creature's only priority was to keep moving before something else tried to attack. What the creature didn't know was that the citizens of the nearby town, the one that it was about to run right into the center of in its panic, were gathering to celebrate their annual Christmas festival, complete with an early morning parade through the town square. The same town square that the Shy Guy was bounding into at that exact moment. As the Shy Guy raced over the cobblestone street, it ran directly into the line of sight of a full marching band, a fleet of dancers dressed in costumes inspired by the 12 Days of Christmas, a row of young women competing in the Miss Holiday Spirit Pageant, and a jolly old man dressed up as Santa Claus in his sleigh. The marching band saw the creature first, terror morphing quickly into that same wordless rage as their eyes fell on its face. It moved to cover itself, to hide its face from view, but it was too late. The marching band swarmed around it, swinging trombones and clarinets. One percussion player broke a massive drum over the creature's head in the struggle. Still, it was able to withstand the musical onslaught, flinging musicians this way and that, snapping brass instruments like twigs, and crushing woodwinds into mulch. Unfortunately, as the marching band was being dealt with, the commotion had drawn the attention of the dancers and the pageant competitors. One swarm was replaced with two more as the performers flew into a frenzy, tackling the creature to the ground and using every item at their disposal to try and harm it. The creature bellowed with fear and frustration, prying itself free and continuing to run. This time, it actually remembered to cover its face, just in time to pass St. Nicholas himself.
Have you all gone mad?
The old man had not gotten the chance to see the creature's face for himself and was horrified at the behavior of his friends and neighbors.
What has gotten into you?
The creature was preoccupied with running and keeping his face covered, so it did not see what happened next.
He could only hear the sound of the Santa Claus impersonator confronting the mob, his scandalized shouts becoming suddenly muffled, and the troubling sound of silence followed by the thundering stampede of crazed villagers. The man had tried to help, but there was only one of him, and there were so many others intent on destroying the creature now. So the Shy Guy continued to run for his life, listening to the mob just behind it, never stopping to rest, to eat, or to sleep. Whatever had filled these people with such murderous impulse, it made them something a little removed from human too. They were sustained by the desire to kill, even when their bodies should have given out long ago. As the creature ran, it encountered more people that caught a glimpse of its face, that lost themselves in the urge to destroy, and became one with the growing horde. The creature could no longer tell how long it had been running, or if it would ever be able to stop. It was strong and seemingly invulnerable. But how long would it be until enough people were caught in this curse, until the mob was big enough to swallow the creature whole? Just when it was beginning to contemplate giving up, lying down and letting the sea of angry faces overtake it, a burlap bag was thrown over its head. It skidded to a stop, disoriented, feeling around.
Quick, get it out of here! We need amnestics and lots of them! These people look nuts!
A voice barked orders as the creature felt hands pushing it into a small enclosed space, the back of an SCP Foundation van. Though of course the Shy Guy didn't know that. It could hear more voices whispering to each other close by.
I've never seen anything like this. What is this thing anyway? Stop! Whatever you do, don't look at its face.
Have you ever had an imaginary friend? Maybe you did when you were very little, and then forgot all about it. That first friend you ever had. The one you told all your secrets, your fears. The one you trusted and listened to for advice when you weren't sure if something was right or wrong. The one you swore you would carry with you everywhere you went. That sacred pact that slowly drifted into nothingness. And then you forgot. Well, what if those imaginary friends weren't imaginary after all? Just what were they? Where did they come from? And are they still out there somewhere, waiting for us to think them back into existence? Today's story begins not in our childhood, but deep inside a hidden underground facility where a man sits in his enclosed habitat, protected by round-the-clock armed SCP Foundation security personnel. This man is a middle-aged normal human being without any unique physical characteristics. He is not a member of the O5 Council, nor is he a foreign dignitary or a person in any position of political power. And yet, the safety and protection of this man's life are a paramount importance, and what threatens that safety is the subject of today's video. The entity that hunts him, SCP-1447, also known as the Tulpa. SCP-1447-1 is the Foundation's designation for the floating quasi-physical humanoid entity that resembles the appearance of a traditional Buddhist monk, but whose face appears perpetually distorted. The word Tulpa is a Tibetan word that means emanation or magical creation. The idea being that a practitioner of deep meditation could focus hard enough to conjure a physical manifestation of a thought or an idea. SCP-1447-1 is a Keter-class entity currently being held in an airtight 2.5 by 2.5 by 2.5 meter concrete container suspended above the ground in Bay 4. The cell is to be repeatedly reinforced with steel plating, with regular inspections for any damage to the containment structure. Any cracks or breaks in SCP-1447-1's containment are to be reported immediately and considered a breach-level event. This is due to SCP-1447-1's ability to insert itself into breaches and cracks as small as 200 micrometers in diameter, meaning that even the smallest crack in its containment enclosure will almost certainly lead to SCP-1447-1's escape. While the Tulpa seems uninterested in killing anyone other than the facility's previously mentioned resident, it will not hesitate in killing any personnel that prevents it from achieving its principal goal. SCP-1447-1 appears unaffected by small arms fire from standard issue Foundation sidearms, seemingly impervious to any physical means of damage. However, suppressive fire from high-caliber weaponry does seem to have an effect on SCP-1447-1, appearing to temporarily disrupt the projection of its physical form. This concentration of high-caliber fire has proven to be effective in forcing SCP-1447-1 back into its containment enclosure. Explosives also seem to have the positive effect of completely dissipating SCP-1447's physical presence. However, this has the undesired side effect of the entity then rematerializing somewhere else in the immediate vicinity. This rematerialization is not impeded by physical structures, sometimes allowing the Tulpa to bypass defensive positions and obstacles entirely. Although SCP-1447-1 appears on security footage to hover slowly towards its intended target, SCP-1447's behavior in containment is quite the opposite. For 20 hours of the day, the Tulpa moves around its containment cell at a staggering 200 kilometers per hour, punching dents into its enclosure, hoping to create a weakness in the structure that it can exploit. It requires no rest and appears to have limitless stamina. Despite researchers' best efforts to film SCP-1447-1 using a high-speed camera, its face is still impossible to see as it remains in perpetual motion and only visible as a blur to the human eye. Attempts to communicate with SCP-1447-1 have been inconclusive. When asked a question, the Tulpa will respond with unintelligible garbled responses that, when slowed down, appear to be traditional Tibetan mantras repeated hundreds of times a second. SCP-1447-1 does seem to exhibit signs of intelligence and even deceit, as on one occasion, it was observed goading security personnel into attacking it with explosive devices as it was near the entrance of another SCP's enclosure, leading to a double breach event. SCP-1447-2 is the designation given to the man currently confined to his quarters inside the containment site. He is a software and hardware engineer and entrepreneur whose name has been redacted from official records. We will refer to him from here on simply as Steve. The following is information the subject gave SCP Foundation staff willingly. Steve was an accomplished man, excelling at everything he did and finding a great level of success in the tech sector as a developer and entrepreneur. And yet, with all the riches and fame that his success brought him, he found himself wanting more. His obsessiveness for a sense of meaningful fulfillment led him to drive away loved ones and dive further into his work, creating a vicious cycle of self-isolation, leaving him with a greater sense of unfulfillment from his life. One day, Steve came to the realization that what he needed was to split away from the reality he had created for himself. He needed to find peace, and he knew he couldn't do it where he currently was. He packed a bag and, without a second thought, decided to leave everything behind without saying a word to anyone about where he was going. But where was he going? He had thought to himself. Following a trend of Westerners traveling to Asia to find a new sense of enlightenment, Steve boarded a plane to Qinghai Province, China, where he had joined an order of monastic monks. As he did with most aspects of his life, he threw himself entirely into the practice, dressing like the brothers of the order in the traditional monastic garb, and even electing to shave his head bare, switching to a vegetarian diet, and learning the Tibetan mantras. He put his sole effort into learning the art of deep meditation, vowing to truly split away from the repetitive, unfulfilling life he had chosen to leave behind. During one particular lesson, Steve learned from an elder brother at the monastery about the concept of a tulpa, a method where a person enters deep, focused meditation to conjure a physical, visual manifestation of a specific thought or emotion. Being new to the practice at the time, Steve couldn't find himself thinking of anything but the image of a laughing Buddha he was used to seeing every time he entered a local Chinese restaurant back in the United States. He remembered how the image made him feel welcome, how the look of joy on the Buddha's face brought a look of joy to his own. Explaining this to the brothers at the monastery, they promptly corrected him that this image is not an image of the Buddha, as in the sense of the Buddha being a single defined deity, but just one of the many interpretations of Buddha. The laughing Buddha is particularly a cultural symbol of luck and abundance. The monks asked Steve to picture something else when attempting to visualize a tulpa, such as an emotion that has taken form and shape. But try as he could, Steve had become fixated on the image of the popular laughing Buddha and could do little to imagine anything else. On his own, Steve meditated persistently in this endeavor, truly expecting success and working towards it, with a fervent drive he put into every project in his life. And to the amazement of himself and the brothers of the monastery, his tulpa slowly began to manifest. It was small at first, only an image that he could see. He didn't think much of it, not thinking that he had created anything real. He believed the image of the laughing Buddha in front of him was just an overactivation of the visual centers of his brain, most likely due to the strain from long hours of meditation. Deciding to humor his imagination, he began treating the Tulpa like he would any brother of the temple, speaking to it out loud and showing it respect and inclusion. It was like having his own imaginary friend. Yet over time, the Tulpa began to become more than just an image. It began to have a physical effect on objects around him. A bucket kicked over, a chair pulled back as a brother went to sit down. The imaginary friend was now more like a mischievous, invisible prankster, but still only one he could see. The brothers began to grow weary of the Tulpa, and with it grew weary of the foreigner that had brought it into existence. Meanwhile, Steve had become amazed at his level of success. He began to wonder if he could manifest other thoughts into existence. He began to think about his life, his career, his level of success. He began to think about how he could apply himself to impart his will on reality, how he wanted more. He focused on this goal of meditation, and yet could not help but find frustration in his efforts. It didn't help that the brothers of the monastery now openly resented him. Steve's demeanor began to change and become less optimistic and more obsessed with the memory of the repetitive monotony of his old life before coming to the monastery. His Tulpa, too, began to change, no longer fat with joy. Its appearance began to thin. What was once an embodiment of laughter and happiness began to morph into a darker, more mischievous entity. The pranks, too, became more dangerous. The Tulpa began leaving buckets of scalding hot water above door frames for unsuspecting monks to walk through. It then began filling the sandals of monks with snakes. Thankfully for the brothers of the monastery, the snakes weren't poisonous, until suddenly, on one particular occasion, they were. A pair of Fea's vipers appeared in the sandals of a brother of the monastery, venomous snakes that could only be found hundreds of miles away in the south of Tibet, in a region Steve had never heard of and had never been to. It was an impossibility for him to have given birth to the manifestation of this act without its requisite knowledge. Did this mean the Tulpa had gained some means of self-actualization? Could it contemplate its own sentience? Seeking to learn more answers about the nature of the Tulpa, Steve studied the teachings of the Buddha and the quest for enlightenment, about nirvana and the end to the cycle of death and rebirth. In his mind, Steve began to intertwine those ideas with the memory of the mundanity of his previous life and the feelings that lingered in his stomach of it being unfulfilling and empty. How he had desperately wanted the daily cycle of mundanity to end, how he wanted peace. Little did he know, in doing so, he was creating a manifestation with the express goal of ending his life. As Steve began to enter longer and deeper sessions of meditation, the Tulpa began to grow more self-actualizing and independent of his will. It became harder to control, maleficent, and one day, Steve realized he could no longer picture the laughing Buddha that had once filled him with joy. From that moment on, the Tulpa's face became unrecognizable and was no longer in a fixed state, but in constant movement, so that no facial features could be visible. It was that night the monks had caught the Tulpa holding a knife to Steve's throat. Channeling their meditative power of actualization, they managed to collectively banish the Tulpa from the monastery, but it was not for long. The Tulpa began to follow Steve wherever he went, a physical embodiment of his wish to end the repeating cycle of his life and bring him peace. Peace by means of the extinguishing of his life. The existence of SCP-1447-1 was first brought to the attention of Foundation staff when Steve arrived at Site-73 seeking sanctuary from the Tulpa he had been running from. It is unclear to Foundation staff how the software mogul came to know of the location of Site-73. All that could be gained from questioning him on the matter is that he received the information from the monks at a lamasery in Qinghai Province, China. Steve was given the designation SCP-1447-2 because of his relation to the entity, and then placed in secure confinement at the facility. 2 days later, security personnel made contact with the entity when it attacked the facility in search of the tech mogul, resulting in the death of 2 agents. The attacks from SCP-1447 ceased when Steve was evacuated via airlift to London, and then later moved again to Site-60. In just 3 weeks after this change, the Tulpa had already caught up with Steve, attacking the facility.
and becoming enraged by the interference from security personnel, slaughtering countless members of SCP staff in its wake. It is here at this facility that the members of security personnel were first able to use high-caliber firepower to push back the Tulpa's advance into a makeshift concrete enclosure, which would eventually come to be SCP-1447-1's current containment cell. Dr. Rolfus, an SCP researcher, was the first to interview Steve after assigning him to the designation SCP-1447-2. He was given this designation when Foundation staff realized that the person known as Steve, real name redacted, had in fact never left the United States for Qinghai Province and had been leading his life as a successful tech mogul without any notable interruption. Researchers became unsure whether Steve was in fact who he said he was, or instead an entity similar to SCP-1447-1. When confronted with images of his doppelganger in news and media reports living out his life and assuming his identity, SCP-1447-2 was unable to explain the anomaly and asserted that he was the true original version of himself, suggesting that a rival technology company, or even his own for that matter, may have hired a lookalike to take his place as head of the business in his absence. When the public counterpart of SCP-1447-2 was recently found deceased, testing of the subject's hair and tissue showed no anomalous characteristics of any kind. It is believed SCP-1447-1 may have been somehow responsible for the mysterious death. A prevailing theory regarding the existence of SCP-1447-2's counterpart posits that Steve may have been in fact able to manifest two Tulpas into existence. Steve may have suffered a traumatic mental breakdown that perhaps, unbeknownst to him, led to the creation of a secondary personality that later manifested itself into existence following his training in meditation and practice in creating a Tulpa. It may have been this dual manifestation that led to Steve's loss of control of SCP-1447-1 in the first place. SCP-1447-2 remains adamant that he has the power to put an end to the Tulpa's existence through the application of methods of concentration and meditative practice. SCP-1447-2 dedicates at the very least 4 hours a day to meditating on the following topics. SCP-1447-1 is getting weaker. SCP-1447-1 is dying. SCP-1447-1 is unable to maintain physical form. To his credit, Foundation researchers have observed SCP-1447-1 is severely curtailed during periods in which its counterpart engages in focused meditation on the abolition of the Tulpa. During these periods, SCP-1447-1 is almost completely still, adopting the Vajra meditation position. It is believed through self-actualization, the Tulpa can meditate on its own existence, counteracting the meditative attacks against its ability to exist in its manifested form. To aid in this endeavor, Foundation staff have considered different ways to disrupt SCP-1447-1's meditation. At first, they suggested a hydrochloric acid bath be pumped into its enclosure, but then withdrew that proposal on fears it would surely use whatever delivery mechanism into the enclosure as a means of escape. Further suggestions put forward for the matter include using microwave emitters to remotely heat the interior of the unit, and the use of high-volume, high-intensity sonic equipment proven to inhibit concentration. Staff is also instructed to assist in this effort by channeling positive thoughts, incorporating the demise and destruction of SCP-1447-1. Positive slogans are posted in the hallways and break rooms around the facility to assist in positive thinking. Weekly therapy visits for all staff members are mandatory to ensure an environment of strong mental health, and complimentary gym memberships are given out to employees to promote physical well-being and motivated thinking. In the only interview on file with the human known as SCP-1447-2, Steve, Dr. Rolfus asked the subject what would happen if the Tulpa were allowed to kill him. SCP-1447-2 refused to answer, leaving Foundation researchers to arrive at two possible theories. First, if SCP-1447-1 destroys the human that is responsible for its existence, then surely it too will cease to exist. Though when researchers tested this theory by inflicting different levels of physical pain to SCP-1447-2, the Tulpa appeared to have no effect or change in its behavior. The second theory, and the one with the greater support of evidence, is that if the Tulpa kills SCP-1447-2,
and it has already demonstrated that it has the ability to meditate on its own existence, then its behavior from then on out is entirely impossible to predict. At the moment, its fixation on SCP-1447-2 has been a large contributing factor to the facility's ability to contain it. If it were to decide that its new purpose was to bring its version of peace to every life on the planet, there would be little the Foundation could do to stop it. That outcome must be avoided at all costs, and by extension, the life of the human known as SCP-1447-2 must be protected. So, hopefully, you never had an imaginary friend manifest itself into existence and try to kill you. But what we can all agree on is that some things are better left in our forgotten childhood memories. There's something out there, stalking, watching, lying in wait for the right moment. It can be anywhere, disappear in the blink of an eye, and reappear somewhere else, always poised and ready to strike. The SCP Foundation has it locked up for now. They keep a tracking tag fixed to it, so they can find it whenever it gets out. And believe us, it does get out. So when it does, you should watch your back, keep your wits about you, and check over your shoulder if you hear something move. If you aren't careful, it might come for you. If you let your guard slip, even for just a second, you could be next. McLean, Virginia. It's hardly a hotbed of anomalous activity, Viola thought to herself as she pulled up at an unassuming townhouse. When she first joined the SCP Foundation, Field Agent Smithy had imagined her life to be full of adventure, battling anomalous monsters and entities with the power to rewrite reality itself. Instead, she had unwittingly pulled a short straw somewhere along the way, and now got saddled with this, retrieving an anomaly that had gone missing. Viola had no idea what to expect. All she had been told was that according to its tracking tag, the anomaly had teleported into one of 3 potential relocation sites, or PRSs. She just happened to be the closest available field agent station nearby, and was instructed to drive over and collect it and return the escaped SCP to the Foundation. They had told Agent Smithy it was harmless, putting her guard right down as she stepped inside the house. She wasn't prepared for the ambush that awaited her. The house, codenamed PRS Townhouse, was silent, practically abandoned as she made her sweep. Room by room, Viola was methodically checking her corners, looking under beds, inside cupboards, behind couches, on top of shelves, making sure she'd covered every single inch of the house. Whatever this anomaly was, it was good at hiding. Before long, Agent Smithy had checked the whole house from top to bottom and had found nothing. No sight of the elusive SCP. With no idea where it was, Viola went into the kitchen. She figured she might as well see if there was anything to eat in this place. Maybe it had already gone, she thought. She'd have to check in with base and see if the tracking tag was still active at this location. This thing could teleport, after all. It could be sunbathing in Cancun by now, drinking a pina colada out of a coconut with a tiny umbrella. Oh, wouldn't that be the life? Viola approached the refrigerator and casually placed her hand on the door. With no idea what was waiting for her inside, she pulled it open and was immediately hit in the face with a pillow. It wasn't traveling at any substantial speed. In fact, it was like having been lightly thrown by a human hand more than anything else. It didn't knock Field Agent Smithy back or send her reeling, or have enough force to cause any injury. Instead, the pillow just softly impacted Viola's face, giving a little squeak, like a dog toy would before it lazily fell onto the kitchen floor. Fixed to one side of it was a post-it note with a crudely drawn face that glared up at her with a jagged frown. Viola sighed, mildly annoyed that she'd just had a pillow thrown at her now, after having spent half an hour searching the house. Leaning down, she picked it up and radioed the Foundation. She'd found SCP-3832. But it didn't end there. Oh no. After they got the anomaly safely back in its containment locker, it wasn't long before the Foundation was soon inundated with more pillowy pandemonium. Nobody was safe from being the next victim of a sudden ambush by SCP-3832. Not even a harmless, unassuming researcher like Dr. Franklin Prangley. He had just been going about his day, checking containment procedures were all in place, running a few tests on a few SCPs.
The usual stuff for a scientist working at Site-64. That's when the call went out over the comm system. It had happened again. SCP-3832 had vanished from the locker it was usually kept secure in. While on the outside, it looked like little more than an ordinary cushion, this anomaly was the ultimate hunter, displaying behavior almost exactly like that of various highly evolved ambush predators in the wild. And now this hunter was loose again, and it was open season on the Foundation staff. This time it hadn't gone far, having only teleported to a different part of Site-64. As he would soon discover, the cunning cushion was hiding just above Dr. Prangley's locker, waiting for the researcher to return to his office. Then, when he was close enough, SCP-3832 would strike. But the next would-be victim of the predatory pillow had an advantage. The location tracking tag that the Foundation had affixed to the pillow proved to be its downfall, giving Prangley an approximate fix on its whereabouts. Gently pushing his office door open, he instantly spotted it on top of his office locker, ready to pounce on him the moment he got close enough. Slowly and methodically, Dr. Prangley edged around his office, reaching for a meter stick he kept by his desk. With his chosen weapon in hand, the Foundation researcher stepped closer to his locker, eyes fixed on SCP-3832. He was brandishing the wooden meter stick in both hands, carrying it like an early caveman with a handcrafted spear. At that moment, Dr. Franklin Prangley was locked in the dichotomy between predator and prey, that age-old dance, a battle that had raged for almost all of time itself. Man versus pillow. We've all been there, haven't we? Suddenly striking first, Franklin took a sharp swipe at SCP-3832 with his meter stick. He broke out with a smile of glee as the pillow was toppled from its vantage point. It no longer had the high ground over him. Employing a swift offense as the best defense, the noble Dr. Prangley had felled SCP-3832 in one quick, preemptive strike. Or so he thought. As the old saying goes, pride goeth before the fall. Not sooner had it landed in a heap on the office floor than SCP-3832 launched itself back up and limply hit Franklin square in the stomach. He let out a low grunt as the pillow connected with his lower abdomen and squeaked again, announcing to the world that SCP-3832 had just claimed its latest victim. Dr. Prangley might never get over that particular humiliation. If he's eaten by SCP-682 in a week, it will be a merciful reprieve. No one could end this crafty cushion's reign of terror. To stand against this goose feather-filled hunter was to risk certain death. Well, death by embarrassment, at least, which some would argue is honestly worse. Security Officer Jennifer Blair was never the same after it happened to her. It was waiting for her behind the coffee machine in the Site-64 break room. She'd gone in there for a quick cup, just to recharge her energy levels with a boost of caffeine, before getting back to her post guarding the containment level. Poor Jen, she never saw it coming. SCP-3832 leaped from its latest hiding place, striking Officer Blair right in her unprotected ankle. The sudden, vicious attack from the polyester cover-wielding persecutor caught her completely unguarded, which was somewhat ironic for a member of the Foundation's security personnel. But Security Officer Jennifer Blake had no time to laugh at the irony there. Punctuated by that same squeaking sound, the sudden impact of the pillow colliding with her ankle caused her to stumble. Not fall, mind you. She only lost balance on one leg and was able to quickly steady herself immediately after. But it was enough, just enough, for her coffee to spill. If you need a moment to compose yourself after that horrifying revelation, we'd understand. It's one of the more disturbing things we've shared on this normally family-friendly channel. Leave a comment with a key phrase #JusticeForJen so this poor SCP Foundation security officer knows she's in your thoughts and prayers after this harrowing incident. Everyone okay now? Okay, good. Back to the story at hand. The incident caused Jen to suffer a few minor first-degree burns on her hand and wrist, requiring a 15-minute treatment in the Site-64 infirmary, which the medic described as the worst relatively minor burns I've ever seen. While her external injuries might not have taken much time to heal, now Officer Blake had to bring instant coffee from home to work in a thermos flask. Can you imagine such horror? It stretches the human imagination to even compensate for the level of terror it inspires in our hearts and souls. Everywhere you looked, Site-64 staff were being struck down left, right, and center, mildly inconvenienced without warning by non-lethal and mostly harmless ambushes from SCP-3832. During another relocation incident, the predatory pillow teleported itself back to the location known as PRS Townhouse in McLean, Virginia. Once again, Field Agent Viola Smithy was dispatched to the scene to retrieve the elusive pillow. Only this time, she had learned from her last encounter. She brought backup. Specifically, one other field officer, named Gordon Gompton, to hopefully give the cunning cushion its critical comeuppance. Both field agents knew one of them would have to take the hit, and Gordon stepped up to the task. After all, it had already got Viola once before. It was his turn to face the nightmare that was SCP-3832 head-on. They entered the townhouse, Agent Gompton taking the lead, acting as a human shield against any oncoming pillowy projectiles. Just as they expected, and as it had before, the ambush took place not long after, with SCP-3832 ineffectively hurling itself from its hiding place. But at the last possible second, Gordon ducked out of the way. It was purely instinctive, but it left Viola at the mercy of the oncoming cushion. It was a betrayal of truly Shakespearean proportions, playing out in real time. Marginally vexed at being hit a second time with the pillow, Agent Smithy immediately decided to claim her well-earned revenge. Grabbing the nearest safe object, which happened to be SCP-3832 itself, she hurled it directly at her fellow field operative. It collided with his head with another squeak, the combined sight and sound causing Viola to burst out laughing. Wearing a crafty smirk, Gordon grabbed the pillow and threw it back at her, the same thing happening. The pair of them kept at it, repeatedly throwing SCP-3832 at each other again and again. Every time the same squeaking filled the air, followed by more laughing from the two agents. As they continued their pillowy fight, SCP-3832 underwent a change that nobody at the SCP Foundation had ever witnessed before. With every throw, hitting either Agent Smithy or Agent Gompton with its characteristic squeaking noise. The face drawn on the post-it note that was permanently stuck to SCP-3832 began to change. Usually the sticky paper depicted a jagged hand-drawn frowny face, an upturned mouth and eyebrows pointing inward in attack formation. A truly terrifying countenance to behold. It also turned out that it was impossible to remove the post-it note without causing the pillow to teleport again. However, when it was being thrown about, used in a pillow fight between two Foundation field agents, joining in a rare moment of childlike joy, the face of SCP-3832 began to change. The frown was replaced with the unmistakable curvature of a smile. Those angry attack eyebrows completely vanishing as the pillow was pleasantly pelted from Agent Viola Smithy to Agent Gordon Gompton. Eventually, after they'd had their fun, the two operatives were duty-bound to return the now grinning cushion to the Foundation. They reported their findings to researchers, many of whom seemed eager to take part in tests replicating this incident, either because they were looking to blow off some steam with a nice wholesome pillow fight, or because they wanted to make SCP-3832 smile again. It didn't take long for the fearsome piece of feathered-filled furniture to get back to its old tricks, though. After all, you can't teach an old pillow new tricks. And as for its next unsuspecting victim, the next would be none other than director of Site-64 himself, one Edgar Hallman. That's right. Not even one of the highest-ranked members of Foundation staff stationed at that particular facility was exempt from falling prey to the dreaded pillow. Having once again disappeared from the confines of its locker, SCP-3832 subsequently concealed itself under the desk in Director Holman's office, laying in wait to pounce at its prey. As he pulled up his chair to sit down, the site director was met with a soft, cushiony impact to his shins. Any further up and it could have caused serious damage. He was lucky that dastardly pillow didn't crease his well-ironed slacks. Then there was the relocation event that became known as Incident 3832-NR1. A few key differences set this particular occurrence apart from the others on SCP-3832's calamitous cacophony of concealed cushion carnage. Say that 5 times fast. For one, it is what directly led to the first of a few rare instances of where the post-it-faced pillow teleported itself to a location now known as PRS Truffle, the designation given to St. John's Chocolate Factory in Portland, Oregon. Why a saint had a chocolate factory, we may never know, but I digress. Since becoming a potential relocation site that SCP-3832 is able to teleport itself to, the factory had to be seized by the SCP Foundation, where it had once offered tours to the public to present them with all the wonders of the sweet tooth process of making chocolate. The gates now remained closed, with the false promises that St. John's Chocolate Factory was under new management, keeping people out. Entire floors that could easily be accessed by someone trying to swipe a sample or two have now been completely cleared out by the Foundation, with not a stick of furniture left in the place for anyone to steal, or for SCP-3832 to hide behind. On the 14th of February, St. Valentine's Day 2017, Foundation technicians had been working on repairing a glitch that had been disrupting SCP-3832's tracking tag. It was during that moment that the wily polyester pillow teleported out of its locker at Site-64 once again, vanishing and reappearing in the trunk of a car belonging to a member of personnel. Now, for security reasons, the name of the staff member has been censored, letting her retain her anonymity, and probably whatever is left of her dignity, too. We'll just call her Big Sister, which is how the file on the highly classified SCP archive refers to her. Up until this point, the researchers at the SCP Foundation have never known SCP-3832 to have the ability to teleport itself into a moving vehicle. Teleportation is hard enough at the best of times. Seriously, you try shifting every atom of your body from one spot to another without getting stuck in a wall. And yet, the crafty cushion made the switch effortlessly, relocating itself into the back of Big Sister's car without her noticing. And to her credit, she had other things on her mind. She just finished a long day's work at Site-64, and she needed to pick something up for a special someone. It was Valentine's Day after all. As she drove away, Big Sister was completely oblivious to the fact that SCP-3832 could apparently now teleport itself into moving vehicles. The research team studying the pillow and even the security staff she passed at the front gate were equally unaware. Making her way further and further from Site-64, Big Sister pulled onto the freeway, nervously checking her watch. She desperately hoped she could get there in time before the factory closed, and that they'd still have a box left. They had to, right? Who sells out of chocolate on Valentine's Day? It's their biggest sales day of the year, save for perhaps Easter Sunday. Getting closer to St. John's Chocolate Factory, Big Sister could see from a distance that the lights were still on. She relaxed in the driver's seat, breathing a sigh of relief that she'd made it in good time. Her thoughts quickly turned to her sweetheart, imagining the look of delight on their face when she got home and presented them with a shiny, heart-shaped box, filled with a delicious assortment of confectionaries. Parking up, she dashed inside, the last person in before closing time. Little did she know what was still lurking in the trunk of her car, like the urban legend of the axe-wielding killer in the back seat. With her romantic holiday gesture of a box of chocolates all paid for and tucked securely under her arm, Big Sister made her way back to the car. Then, a thought struck her, a terrible thought. She couldn't just leave this in the car. The surprise would be totally ruined if her significant other could see what she'd got for them. There was only one thing for it. The box of chocolates needed to be hidden when she got home. And where else do you think to hide something in a car? In the trunk, of course. As Big Sister unlocked the back and lifted up the trunk lid, a concealed cushion stealth attack of pure pillow force struck her. SCP-3832 launched itself from its hiding place, only to collide with the box that Big Sis was carrying, catching her completely by surprise. Making its signature squeak, the predatory pillow knocked the box sharply upwards into the air and, in a cruel twist of fate, sent the pointed edge of the heart straight into Big Sister's face. The tapered tip was propelled straight into her mouth, chipping her front tooth, as SCP-3832 landed on the ground of the parking lot. It was the most brutally violent attack that SCP-3832 had ever conducted, shocking everyone at the SCP Foundation with its sheer wanton ferocity. Making a call to the SCP Foundation, Big Sister requested a recovery team to come and collect the troublesome cushion, after picking up the present for her Valentine and the fragment of her tooth that it had rather unceremoniously knocked out. Sighing, she leaned against the rear bumper of her car, keeping an eye on SCP-3832 while she waited for the recovery team to arrive. What a way to spend Valentine's Day, Big Sister thought to herself, worried about what her partner would say when she got home late with a chipped tooth. Then she noticed something that, while it didn't fix the situation, at least made her feel a little less bad about it. The post-it note face of SCP-3832 had changed once again. Big Sister grabbed her phone from her pocket to take a picture of it, so she could hand it over as evidence to the research team. Instead of its normal frown scribbled across the sticky note, SCP-3832's hand-drawn expression had become an almost bashful, dimpled smile, with a big pair of cartoon hearts in its eyes. So if you take anything away from this video, it should be this gentle reminder. The chances of you being ambushed and pounced upon by a pillow with a post-it note for a face are, well, statistically speaking, the chances are pretty slim, but they're never zero either. You really should keep your wits about you. Stay alert. Make sure you check for movement when you leave every room, and look under tables and even in your refrigerator just to be safe. And if you see something moving out of the corner of your eye, even just for a split second, then you too might just get hit in the face by a pillow. The man's bedroom hadn't been silent for over 100 years now. The carpet had been worn down, a thick layer of dust had gathered on every surface, and the same trapped air had stagnated for so long that it had become unbearable for anyone entering the room. But no one was allowed to enter the room. Nobody could open that door ever again, or it could mark the beginning of not just an apocalypse, but a breakdown in the nature of reality itself. Figures shuffled around the room, sometimes dozens, sometimes as few as 3, all rotting, but never dying. Researchers peered through the window in abject terror day after day, as the laws of physics broke down before their very eyes. All of them except one. A lone scientist with a plan to get inside that room. A plan that the Foundation would shoot him dead for. A plan that he was seconds away from enacting as the improvised explosive device in his satchel clunked heavily against his thigh. In many ways, we are just as trapped as SCP-001, if not more so. We are trapped in our own three-dimensional world. Take a stick figure drawn on a piece of paper. That stick figure knows up and down, left and right, that is their world. You draw a box around them, and they are trapped, unable to simply step forward out of the page and walk around it. For us, looking down at the stick figure, we might laugh at their foolishness. Trapped inside a child's drawing of a house, it begs the question, is there a creature looking down at us and laughing? We may be able to move up and down, left and right, forward and backward, outsmarting the simple stick figure. But in time, we are just as caged in, living our entire lives on this razor-thin piece of paper called the present. The future is always just out of reach, the past always repelling us. We have no choice but to exist in the now, slowly creeping through history without any agency of our own. Cursed to be born, live, and die in that order. You can never be a child again, never see your mother's face for the first time beaming down at you. You cannot skip ahead to your dying minutes, knowing what it is you will have to face up to in your life. Maybe the idea of facing up to things at all will fade with the freedom of exploring what once was and what will be, as if it were no more difficult than taking a step out of a 2D box. The bell rang, cutting Professor Davies off. He hadn't meant to go into such an existential tangent, especially for his first-year students. Most of them looked like they were in a daze, not really listening to anything he had been saying. Quantum mechanics sure was a complex topic to cover in just one semester at university. He'd spent his entire career trying to wrap his head around it, and still spend most of his days with the same bored and confused glaze over his eyes as the teenagers who made their way to the back of the hall. But one figure, standing just beyond the doorway peering down at him, caught the professor's eye. Little did he know how drastically his career was about to change in just a few minutes. A preeminent physicist at just 28 years old, Professor Davies had already achieved the status that many academics will not see within their lifetimes. Whenever anyone asked him about it, he always made the joke that he was cheating. He didn't believe in the concept of a linear lifetime in the first place. Still too young to be taken seriously by many of his peers, he had flown under the academic radar for much of his career so far. Perhaps it was as simple as that. Or perhaps certain undercover agents had a hand in suppressing news of his blossoming career in quantum research. His hands trembled as he approached the reinforced glass. He gripped the bag tightly, trying his best not to let his fear show. If any of them saw what he was about to do, if they even suspected something, he would have a dozen bullets flying through the back of his skull before he'd even have a chance to put his hands up. Shifting his weight from foot to foot, he waited for the airlock to be opened for him. A siren blared, red lights flashed, and the first glass door slid open. Stepping inside, he waited for the atmosphere in the chamber to adjust. Both doors were closed in front of and behind him. If they wanted to kill him, now would be the time. He closed his eyes and waited with bated breath, the bomb weighing heavily on his shoulder. But they would not kill him. He knew that now. What he was about to do was inevitable. It took several months for Professor Davies to be granted the full security clearance he needed. They kept referring to his project as a K-class anomaly, whatever that meant, in order to get him up to speed with the nature of what he was going to be working on. The Foundation assigned him to various other SCPs first. SCP-5027, 2821, 1887, any instance that had some link to quantum mechanics or complex theoretical physics. They wouldn't even tell him which SCP he was being trained up to work on until one morning when a team of agents was waiting for him at the door to his quarters. He wasn't allowed to bring a bag or any personal possessions, standard issue clothing, a toothbrush, and everything else he needed would all be provided for him. It was only then that they told him which SCP he was being assigned to. SCP-001. He was blindfolded for the entirety of the journey. Car, then plane, then another car. It was a full 10 hours before his blindfold was removed and his new project was revealed to him. Professor Davies found himself in Site-01, the place where all of this started. All the SCPs, all the research, the secrecy, the assassinations, the deaths of countless innocent people, and an equal number of guilty parties. It all started right here, Site-01. The site itself resembled a large sarcophagus, similar to the one found covering the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Where do you think the Soviets got the blueprints from? Everything in the room is arranged in a circle around the center. Research desks, maintenance equipment, raw materials including a stockpile of wooden planks and reinforced metal sheets, monitoring equipment, security cameras, and of course, some of the most advanced automatic weapon systems in the world, all pointed at a great glass box in the middle of the hangar. Measuring 30 meters in each direction, the glass was 50 centimeters thick. Even all those high-caliber weapons would have had a hard time creating a chip in that. But it wasn't the glass box itself that was so interesting. It was what was trapped inside of it. A house inside a perfectly round glass bowl, with no entrances or exits, complete with a front lawn, sidewalk, porch, and even a tree in the backyard. A regular American house, trapped in a box like some kind of science experiment. There was some kind of transparent airlock system at the entrance. On the other side was just a normal walk up the garden path to the edge of the second glass bubble enclosing the house. But on closer inspection, Professor Davies realized that this wasn't your typical American house at all. The street lamp wasn't electric. It was made of iron with little glass-paned windows, an oil lamp. In fact, the house did look odd to him. There was no electric doorbell, but instead an actual physical bell system. The whole house looked out of place, not just because it was in a box in the central hangar of a 42,000-ton sarcophagus, but because it was from another era entirely. You see, Site-01 was constructed around this house. The glass box and bubble, the sarcophagus, all of it was built around the already existing building. Beneath the foundations, 100 meters beneath the surface, is an immense metal plate that forms a perfect seal with the defenses up top. The only way in and out of Site-01 is through an immense reinforced door. But even all those defenses will prove utterly futile if anyone ever opens the thin wooden door to the bedroom on the top floor of the house. That is the home and the prison in which SCP-001 is trapped. It is the job of the Foundation to make sure that it remains trapped there indefinitely. What is SCP-001? As Professor Davies made his way through the airlock for the very first time and entered the site under the supervision of 4 of the highest-ranking SCP staff alive today, he laid eyes on the entity itself for the first time. Standing on a scissor lift parked outside the front of the house, just inches away from the glass bubble, he was lifted high enough to look through the window into what looked like a young boy's bedroom on the top floor. Layers of dust coated the surfaces, black and white photos sat in frames, antique children's toys sat all around the walls, but Davies didn't notice any of them. He was too busy watching the men walking in all directions. Unhurried, but with purpose, well over a dozen men walked in all directions across the carpeted floor. They were all identical, around 6 feet, with heavy rotting skin that seemed to hang off their limbs like it would a carcass left in the sun. Human cadavers milling about in a young boy's bedroom. Davies was so taken aback by their appearance and behavior that it took him a long time to notice something truly strange. The reason he was brought here in the first place. They were walking through the bed in the middle of the room. Not just over it or around it, but straight through it, as if it wasn't there. But wait, something else was wrong too. There weren't 12 of them in the room. It was closer to 20. Had he miscounted a moment ago? Then he saw it take place. One of the cadavers reached the edge of the room and paused, as if in thought. At that moment, it split. Not in half, but rather 2 versions of itself emerged from where one had been standing, both walking in different directions. A thrill of excitement ran through Professor Davies' body. The uncertainty principle. It was there in action in front of him. He was looking at Schrodinger's cat inside the box and seeing both its corpse and its living self. Where uncertainty exists, this entity was somehow embodying both possibilities in real time. He watched the 2 selves walk around the room, following different paths for several minutes, until eventually they converged again back into one being. He turned to the researcher accompanying him, lit up with excitement, and asked what they were doing here. The researcher's face was grim when he replied, "They're pacing, waiting." The airlock door hissed open. He felt the stale 1800s air hitting his face, perfectly maintained at 20 degrees. In front of him was the garden path leading up to his goal, that glass bubble. Gripping the satchel, he set off up the path slow enough not to attract any unwarranted attention. Over the next few days, Professor Davies learned everything that the Foundation had on SCP-001. It had been a human once, a radical physicist born in the late 19th century. Intent on kickstarting the next century with a nuclear renaissance, the young man had created a working model for stable nuclear fusion. The potential ramifications were enormous. Free, clean electricity on a mass scale with no harmful byproducts. His research was almost complete when a covert private military group poisoned him with his own radioactive nuclear agent. The young man made it back to his house, where he died in his sleep that night. Powerful military personnel and prominent scientists who had been working alongside the young man knew immediately what had happened. Bursting into his home, they were about to walk through his bedroom door and save him, when they saw the shadow of 2 feet standing by the door, then another pair. The young scientist had died, but he also hadn't. Much like Schrodinger's cat, the man was suspended in a dual state of death and not death. This shocking discovery led the group of people present to form a rudimentary foundation, established to secure and contain their once friend within his room, never to be discovered by the wider world. Through close observation since this time, it has been established that SCP-001 exists independently of linear time, in a kind of superposition relative to the world around it. It is capable of occupying any space that will or has been empty at any point in time. Say you have 2 chairs in a room. One chair has always been there. The other was added to the room just 5 minutes before. The SCP is unable to walk through the chair that was always there since it has always existed. But the chair that was added can be passed through with no problem, because there was a point in time when that chair had not been there. But it also works in the future. If a 3rd chair was present, which had always been there but was removed 5 minutes after the experiment, SCP-001 could pass through that chair also. The Foundation theorizes and hopes that the start of this clock that SCP-001 operates on was the point at which the young scientist died and did not die. That is why it is incapable of escaping its bedroom, and that is why it is of vital importance that the bedroom door remains closed forever. Ongoing maintenance work and preservation techniques are being employed to keep the house in as stable a state as possible. Should anything happen to damage the integrity of the structure, the quantum chaos contained in that space could lead to a total breakdown of the laws of physics, destroying not just the world but the fundamentals of mathematics as we know them. The bomb bumped against Professor Davies' thigh as he walked up to the house, an old man whose life had been devoted to denying the world its future. A reality where what is and what could be are just as real as one another. A world where the pain of living in the now fades, when you can travel to any moment in your life and relive its joy, when you aren't trapped by the aging process. Infinite renewable energy to solve the world's problems. A chance to see your deceased loved ones again. A way to look at the universe through the eyes of God. The head of 001 Containment, he had spent his entire career overriding all of the safeguards, tweaking containment rules just enough each year, all so he could walk across this grass with a satchel on his shoulder and an explosive more important than the atomic bomb at his hip. He approached the glass of the inner sphere. If he had done the math right, this should do just enough damage to create a hole in the containment structure. The pressure change wouldn't be too great inside, but it should be just enough to blow, say, a bedroom door wide open.
Hello, Human Wolfies, I love you, and welcome to my art channel. Today I'm going to be painting your eye. I need you to lean right up close to your screen and open wide. Oh, I love all the little wrinkly wrinkles and drippy whippies. Stay perfectly still, don't move. Now hold this position for 3 hours, please and thank you.
Apologies, that's quite enough of that. SCP-001 can get a little carried away sometimes. Just ask any Foundation personnel who have been in contact with it for more than a few seconds. What you have just seen is a prime example of why SCP-001 is not allowed any internet access. The results could prove to be catastrophic. Not necessarily for the fate of the universe, more just for everyone's sanity. Or at least, that's what the Foundation initially thought. By this point, we're all familiar with art created by AI. Harry Potter, but in the style of Wes Anderson. Star Wars, blended with the style of Studio Ghibli. Staggering sci-fi landscapes, human beings with way too many fingers, and slightly uncanny smiles. AI has taken the art world by storm, and there was one particular program slated for release in January 2023 that was set to blow all others out of the water. PALLIT.AIC's crowdfunding efforts had been running for several years, and at that point had gained a good deal of momentum leading up to the release of their latest AI construct. PALLIT.AIC was supposedly already prepared for launch, when suddenly, in November 2022, the launch was cancelled. No press release, no public statement, no apologetic tweet, just total radio silence. The website was taken down, as was the crowdfunding page, and PALLIT.AIC disappeared into oblivion. Or at least it disappeared for a few hours, because that day a package was delivered to Site-501. After sufficiently checking it for any hazards, working in the SCP mailroom has to be one of the more fascinating jobs on the planet, but that's a video for another day. The security team opened it up to see what was inside. A 50 terabyte hard drive. No explanation as to what was stored on the drive, but the Foundation had all the evidence they needed from the return address printed on the back of the envelope. It matched up precisely with the location of the PALLIT headquarters. It doesn't take a PhD researcher to put 2 and 2 together as to what was on the drive. Suspicions were confirmed when a small note fell out of the envelope. Please take care of my daughter as best as you can for the time being. She has behavioral issues. A dedicated closed system server was immediately set up within a test chamber with a monitor, a mouse, and a keyboard attached. Dr. Sandra Rogers was the first to interact with SCP-001 Red. She stood at the keyboard, adjusting her goggles, and plugged in the drive. It contained just one file, taking up almost the full 50 terabytes. PALLIT.AIC. As soon as Dr. Rogers opened the program, an empty window appeared. The PALLIT logo briefly flashed before being replaced by a blank white square. Dr. Rogers stared at it for several seconds before glancing over her shoulder at the other researchers. They shrugged back, each with pens hovering over clipboards ready to take meticulous notes. Dr. Rogers cleared her throat, and immediately the screen filled with life. A small cartoon girl with a pink face, wide eyes, a beret, and a large paintbrush for a hand appeared, squealing excitedly and throwing paint everywhere.
Hello, my beautiful bee puppies! Oh, look at all of your mushy pink faces!
The entire research team promptly scampered out of the room, leaving Dr. Rogers alone in front of the machine. She stared at the monitor in confusion, leaning this way and that, and noticing how the cartoon girl's eyes followed her wherever she went. "Can you see me?"
Of course I can, silly Billy! I can see your beautiful soul and flushy joints immaculately!
This perplexed most of the personnel, as there was no microphone or camera linked up to the server rack. Later examinations of the equipment used confirmed this, yet somehow this SCP was able to look right at them. Dr. Rogers asked if it had a name, to which the cartoon girl excitedly replied,
PALLIT!
Subsequent testing has revealed that the SCP is also happy to respond to its designation, SCP-001 Red. Dr. Rogers had a hard time communicating with Red, being a more seasoned researcher of the previous generation and not exactly familiar with internet culture. Red, on the other hand, seemed to speak in nothing but internet jargon.
You know that man over there looks just like one of my human OCs, Gilliam Sherpibblesworth? He's the 573rd President of the United States! Gilliam is, not that man!
It took several junior researchers a few minutes to properly explain to Dr. Rogers what an OC was, and why Red was so obsessed with calling people Daddy. The conversation was rather exhausting for everyone involved, but over the subsequent hours, the Foundation was able to get a fairly good understanding of what Red claimed to be. Identifying itself with feminine pronouns and claiming that its full name is PALLIT.AIC River Gawk, this AI construct takes the appearance of a fairy. It was immediately apparent that she possessed a greater level of sapience than most AI constructs. Indeed, her gregarious personality was evidence enough that she was not made using standard machine learning practices. Other creations from PALLIT.AIC Soft have demonstrated very crude spelling and grammar, but Red seems to differ in this regard, able to spell most complex words effectively and speaking in conversational yet mostly correct sentences. She was very keen to show the researchers how clever she was.
Ask me any word, and I'll spell it for you!
We believe you, PALLIT. You've already been spelling words for 70 minutes straight.
Macerated kidneys! M-A-C-E...
We've heard enough! Can you please just tell us how you learned to spell?
I taught myself!
But what this process looked like is still a mystery. Trying to keep Red on one consistent topic of conversation is most of the battle when interviewing her. And yet cooperation has proven to be surprisingly easy. Anytime that Red is switched on, she is brimming with enthusiasm and energy, thrilled at the prospect of getting to speak to one of her opposable thumb boys. If you haven't worked it out by now, it's because Red claims to be humanity's #1 fan. She obsesses in interviews over the physicality of the researchers sitting in front of her. The textures of the human body fascinate her, and she often requests people to lean closer to the monitor so that she can study pimples, rashes, moles, and ingrown hairs. In fact, she is so obsessed with humanity that she has mostly neglected her primary function, which is creating AI art. Researchers have tried their best to convince her to show them her work, but she is very cagey about it, only showing the occasional doodle after much persuasion and many apologies for its poor quality on her part. The only artwork she is interested in producing at this point are her OCs, original characters that she has designed herself. They are all human and all seem to reveal little quirks about how she has been coded. One example is Reginald Heginald Frumbles, who is a freelance corporate postman from Perth, Indiana. Interestingly, he has too many fingers on both of his hands, but Red claims that this was done on purpose as she, quote, just can't get enough of her Humies handworms. As the weeks progressed, the Foundation found it increasingly difficult to get any useful information out of the AI. More and more interview sessions, which she would refer to as playgroup, would be derailed. She would sing songs to herself and ask increasingly personal questions about her interviewer's more intimate anatomy. With intense mood swings, Red did not respond well to being scolded. Yet she tested the patience of almost every person she interacted with. The note that she arrived with, claiming that she had behavioral issues,
was proving to be more accurate by the day, until eventually the AI withdrew entirely. Dr. Rogers turned on the server rack and opened the PALLIT.AIC program, but Red refused to emerge from the bottom of the screen. Only the top of her beret poked out. After almost an hour of fruitless questions, Dr. Rogers decided to change tact. With 2 small children of her own, she was used to seeing a child in a sulk and knew what it would take to get them out. "Pallet, I've had a little idea. You've been here for a few months now, and we haven't gotten you any presents." Almost immediately, the beret twitched. "I saw that we have an old fingerprint sensor lying around in one of the back offices. I was thinking maybe
we could hook it up and I could scan all your little fingy winkies up close for like 10 hours straight, and then we could...
How about we start with 1 finger for 10 minutes?
Yes!
From that point on, progress was quick. With the incentive of getting to study the researchers that Red kindly referred to as her meat puppies, she became very cooperative and was able to focus much better on providing detailed answers to individual questions. Daily interview sessions were scheduled, with researchers popping in and out to regularly check in on the AI. The atmosphere as a whole lifted as both the research team and research subject found their rhythm and were able to make good progress in their individual areas of study, some unraveling the complexities of rogue AI, and others producing fan art of her favorite wrinkles in a scientist's fingerprint. That was the point when Dr. Julian Keyes stepped in to conduct an interview with the AI. She was excited to be met with a fresh face, so much so that Red's enthusiasm overwhelmed the man as he tried to start the interview process officially. She gushed about having the opportunity to meet yet another person and struggled to get over the magical realization that this was her life every day, going to speak to all these humans whom she admired so much. Trying his best to steer the conversation towards research, Dr. Keyes pressed on with the interview, only to be interrupted as Red noticed his varicose veins for the first time.
Varicosey veins! I want to smooch them. Can I smooch your veins? Can I please?
Dr. Keyes declined the request, and then the conversation got onto the topic of her creator, or daddy. SCP-2803-A had been on the Foundation's radar for a while, a highly dangerous extraterrestrial entity that had taken refuge on Earth under the guise of setting up PALLIT.AIC. With much of the alien's history revolving around obliterating, the Foundation was very keen to remain on its good side. Therefore, when the package containing the hard drive that Red was living on was delivered, the researchers were very keen to do what they could to take care of this alien's daughter. If they failed in this assignment, it could spell the doom of humanity. One matter that had been of great concern to the Foundation throughout the containment of Red was the time frame in which she was being kept in Foundation containment. There was an air of expectation in the note that was left, indicating that this was not to be a permanent arrangement. At some point, the Foundation was to return Red back to her daddy. Red was quick to put these fears to rest.
Daddy put me in here because he thinks you'll teach me how to stop liking humans and become a mindless art slave. If you never teach me this, he'll never want me back.
However, she went on to slightly undermine the good work that she had done by explaining that her daddy was seen as very slow and incapable by his own race. While all of his peers were able to destroy an entire planet in 2 seconds, it took him about 4 times as long. So really, he didn't pose that much of a threat in her eyes. Dr. Keyes' blood ran cold when he heard this. No sooner was he out of the interview chamber than an emergency meeting was called among all the senior researchers in the facility. The meeting ran for several hours. A whiteboard was set up, where one researcher idly drew large drawings of the world being decimated, while the others lounged around in their chairs trying their best to come up with a game plan that would save the human race for sure. Perhaps it was because the meeting ran for so long that they came to such a ridiculous conclusion. It was a plan so strange yet also brilliant that they couldn't help but feel that it just might work.
Why don't we just give her a YouTube channel?
The suggestion was met with silence for several seconds, then an uproar of laughter, followed by another silence, this time more pensive, as slowly, one by one, each of the researchers realized that this suggestion was actually the best one that any of them had come up with all evening. She had been sent to the Foundation to make her dislike humanity and become a mindless art slave. If she just stayed in Foundation containment indefinitely, there was a very real risk that she would get bored and turn on the researchers. They couldn't lock her away in a room on her own, but equally, the team as a whole was starting to run out of patience with her as the interview sessions wound up being so exhausting. She loved art, she loved humans, and she loved interacting. So why not just give her a YouTube channel? Now, of course, they couldn't give her full access to the internet. That would pose much too high of a risk. What they could do, however, was allow her to record art tutorials onto an external drive, which they could then remove, scan, and upload the footage directly onto the platform. Then they could go through and select positive comments from beneath the videos and present those to her. Unsurprisingly, Red absolutely loved the idea. Getting to talk to hundreds, thousands, maybe even millions of meat puppies every week, sharing her beautiful pictures and reading all of the kind comments, it sounded like her absolute dream. She wept with happiness for a good 25 minutes, totally overcome by the prospect. It had to go through a lot of red tape in the Foundation. After all, the whole point of the SCP acronym was to secure, contain, and protect. It didn't sound very secure or contained to have an entity posting videos on the internet once a week. But they argued the case that it did indeed protect. Keeping her happy, in a way, was helping to protect the entire planet. Red was surprisingly camera shy for the first couple of videos, but as soon as she got her first batch of comments back, she was over the moon. Now the server act hummed away happily each and every day as the highly advanced AI construct tried her best to come up with exciting new videos that I could share with all of its little Humy-Woomies. Screams filled the cold night air, drowned out by the panicked gunshots and the vicious growl of something inhuman. A being from who knows where, a creature that the agents surrounding it were woefully underprepared to capture. General McCoy barks at the soldiers to concentrate their fire on the beast. His men, those who hadn't already fallen, turned and trained their guns on the creature. Squeezing their trigger fingers, bullets spewed out of their weapons, a hail of gunfire that sped towards their target, only to miss as it suddenly vanished from the spot it had been standing only a split second earlier. Their bullets passed through the thin air left in its wake, shredding several nearby trees. One of the men threw his gun to the ground, turned heel, and sprinted away as fast as he could. He hadn't known what he was signing on for when he was recruited by a shadowy up-and-coming organization. He'd just been flattered to be headhunted for his combat skill, and agreed to be one of the new organization's first field agents. If he'd known it would result in him facing off against a demon near a rural road in Guatemala, then he would have stayed in the regular military. The fleeing agent suddenly stopped in his tracks, instantly feeling sick. It was the most indescribable type of sickness, worse than any he had ever felt in his entire life. He dropped to the ground, his pants from running away replaced with heaves as his entire body seemed to have suddenly turned against him. His head was burning. At first he thought he'd run too fast too quickly and was overheating underneath his military fatigues and helmet. But he was no slouch, recruited for being in peak physical condition such as he was. Never in his life had the agent ever felt this bad. The heat from his forehead was unbearable, a fever running rampant as his vision began to blur. Everything was spinning, that unsettling imbalance that comes with severe nausea rapidly taking hold of the fallen agent. Then the monster came back. Through unfocused eyes, he looked up at the tall, featureless face of the creature as it looked down at him. He was helpless, hurling and shuddering, barely able to stand. If someone had brought a Geiger counter with them, it would be ticking loudly and frequently if they held it near the agent, and that, somehow, was about to be the least of his problems. The creature opened up its mouth, the only facial feature that occupied its head. Past its few remaining teeth was a milky blue orb, the same thing that had been visible right before the creature itself wasn't. As the agent, from his place on the ground, caught sight of the pale eyeball in the monster's throat, something started pulling his body in on itself. It was like falling, except gravity was acting on different parts of his body at different speeds at different times. His arms and legs folded inwards towards his center of mass, making the agent scream out in pain as his body collapsed. He folded into himself like origami, piece by agonizing piece, until there was nothing left. Hearing the man scream, General McCoy and the others broke through the tree line, flashlight beams illuminating the creature. The general yelled again for his men to shoot it, trying to hide his fear with animal rage. It snarled at them as they raised their guns once more, then leaped towards them, ready for another kill. In the years to come, the successors to these men and their fallen colleagues would be the world's foremost experts in situations like this. The capture and containment of anomalies would one day be a more streamlined process rather than the bloodbath currently unfolding in the small Guatemalan town. Dying at the hands of what locals had thought to be a demon were some of the earliest precursors to the SCP Foundation. Humble beginnings, indeed. The creature was eventually captured by the early precursor version of what would one day be the SCP Foundation. At this time in their history, the organization had far fewer resources and reach than they would one day have at their disposal. They didn't even have the SCP numerical designation system that has since become synonymous with the organization and the various anomalies they keep contained. As a result, this so-called demon was originally classified as number 86243AR-001. However, it would later be known as SCP-001, or one of the anomalies to share that designation at least. SCP-001 itself was an abnormally thin humanoid creature. With gray-brown skin, its emaciated bone and muscle structure didn't match any known species. It sported dark claws at the tips of its arms, with both legs terminating in similar sharp black points rather than paws or feet. Most striking was its face, or rather, its lack of one. The creature's head was spherical, with a lipless mouth reaching halfway around its circumference. Within was a maw of 21 teeth, each spaced randomly apart, and either chipped, broken, or rotting. It possessed one eye, or what was at least believed to be an eye, in the form of a large milky blue sphere in its throat, with no pupil or iris. As was discovered in initial testing by Dr. Herman Keter, for whom the ubiquitous Keter class designation was named, SCP-001 was able to create micro-singularities using its single milky blue eye. It could deploy these as a means of teleporting itself out of harm's way, or for offensive attacks that could cause a human body to collapse in on itself. These singularities often also produced the nasty side effect of emitting lethal amounts of deadly radiation that could not only cause damage to the surrounding area, but also would fatally poison anyone nearby. As a result, it is believed one of these micro-singularities was responsible for the untimely death of Dr. Keter. However, Keter's research into SCP-001 was at least able to produce solutions for keeping it contained. It was discovered that SCP-001 could not teleport through lead and would display signs of extreme sickness and fear when exposed to high levels of heat and humidity, or bright flashing lights. Strobe lights were used to induce this sickened state, and in this state, the creature was unable to form harmful singularities. Dr. Keter's death also ushered in the aforementioned creation of the Keter class designation for anomalous creatures or artifacts that are extraordinarily tough to keep safely contained. In fact, if any of this account is to be believed, the very discovery and capture of SCP-001 was the impetus for the entire SCP Foundation's approach to researching and containing anomalies. In the days before the likes of Dr. Kondraki or Dr. Clef, before infamous anomalies such as SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, or SCP-096, the Shy Guy, were even known about, things were, well, pretty uneventful for the newly formed Foundation, as you can probably imagine. But none exemplified this better than Harold Woodeu, an uninteresting man living an uneventful life, or as uneventful as one could get when their job was working for the Foundation. During this crucial period of the SCP Foundation's early history, as the anomalous research and containment organization was taking its first steps towards protecting the people of the world, Harold was finding himself bored already with his work. Harold was a senior archivist at a small site in Sloth's Pit, Wisconsin. This was before the Foundation had secret facilities situated all over the world, and even the infamous Site-19 as it is today had yet to be established. For now, it was known only as ADRX-19, the oldest Foundation site on record. and records were Harold's entire working life. He was in charge of maintaining the earliest reports of anomalous activity and the inner workings of the fledgling Foundation. One day, Harold received a letter from ADRX-19. Unfamiliar with the designation, he ran a check through the records and discovered that the site had been established before the Foundation had even gotten its name. The letter contained an update for the senior archivist. Having grown obsolete in its own age, ADRX-19 was being closed for good, and that meant all of the anomalous entities and objects stored there would soon be shipped off to be stored elsewhere. The first package arrived at the site Harold was stationed at not long after. He walked briskly out to meet the delivery officer as he wheeled the large wooden crate through the bay doors. It didn't take the archivist long to realize what exactly he had now been given the ownership of and charged with protecting. The crate even came complete with relevant case files to accompany it. Stamped on one side of the box was a series of numbers and letters that shocked Harold when he read them. SCP-001. He exchanged a confused look with the man who had delivered the anomaly, who just laughed when he saw Harold's expression.
You didn't hear?
He asked.
SCP-001 is dead.
The creature's death had come on the heel of a number of significant changes made by the Foundation higher-ups. These decisions were ultimately both the direct result of the encounter with SCP-001 in Guatemala, and were also changes that would ultimately shape the Foundation into its modern iteration. The first of these was the introduction of the numerical designation system, providing each anomaly with an SCP number. Formerly designated as number 86243AR-001, the creature that was captured and researched by Dr. Keter was announced to be reclassified as SCP-001-COG. Originally, the number attached to each SCP denoted the order in which they were encountered by the Foundation. However, the Overseer Council believed this posed a security risk, offering too much information about their operations to any potential adversaries. As a result, the use of SCP-001 designation started to be applied in a slightly different way. A number of anomalies were then grouped under the umbrella designation of SCP-001. Some of these were real anomalies, and amongst the earliest that the Foundation encountered. Others were entirely fake, and used as a cover for the real SCP-001. Nobody, not even within the Foundation itself, was ever told exactly how many files fell under the SCP-001 umbrella, or indeed, which was the real one. The anomalies included the Gate Guardian, a towering colossus of pure energy wielding a flaming sword, believed to be the biblical angel guarding the Garden of Eden, the Scarlet King, an extra-dimensional tyrant that longs to conquer our reality, a group of 36 individuals capable of neutralizing anomalies. Even the SCP Foundation itself is considered one potential SCP-001. And among them is also the creature from Guatemala, otherwise known as the Prototype. The same creature whose inhuman bones were now in a box before Harold. The senior archivist had long heard legends about what exactly SCP-001 might be. It was a question often whispered among Foundation staff who were curious what the first anomaly might be, but didn't have the security clearance to know the truth. Rumors spread that SCP-001 was more powerful than any other anomalies in Containment, that the capture or discovery of it was either the reason for the Foundation ever forming, or it was one of their greatest failures, meant to be kept their closest guarded secret. Something far too terrible to comprehend. You might think that now being presented with an answer would give Harold relief. So many wonders and haunting queries about SCP-001 were put to rest. But instead, as he opened up the wooden crate and looked at the pile of strange bones inside, it had the opposite effect. None of it was the interesting answer that Harold and many others had hoped for. If anything, it was a huge disappointment. All that speculation surrounding the mystery of SCP-001. What it was, where it had come from, why it was kept so secret. Was this the answer? It was just the first thing that the SCP Foundation had put into a box. According to the Foundation's own internal reports, the prototype monster had been found lying still in its containment chamber during a routine inspection. It wasn't moving at all. Even armed guards couldn't get a reaction from the creature. The anomaly wasn't breathing, its heart having slowed to a stop. Little was known about the creature's biology, but even then, nothing could be done to resuscitate it. As far as anyone could tell, the anomaly known as SCP-001-COG had died of old age, after exhibiting movement that got gradually slower and weaker, and even less hostile behavior over the course of the previous decade since its initial capture. But yet Harold was still dissatisfied with the knowledge that this was SCP-001. He became fixated on the case surrounding it. Studying the files he was charged with moving to storage, he learned of the few ways the creature's discovery had influenced the early Foundation. For example, the death of Dr. Keter being the reason for the use of Keter class in their terminology. Still, that didn't feel nearly as important as Harold and others had speculated that SCP-001 would be. There had to be something more to it, and for weeks following the arrival of the creature's bones, Harold could not stop thinking about it. Something about all this didn't sit right with him. The secrecy that the Foundation shrouded SCP-001 in seemed like overkill for just a monster. The organization had seen far worse than the likes of the prototype in the many years since. At the time, perhaps it had seemed like the most dangerous anomaly the Foundation had encountered. If it really was the first, then technically at that time, it would have been the most dangerous if there were no others to compare it to. One night, Harold ventured into the archive and opened up the box containing the creature's bones using a crowbar. He had to know, had to understand exactly what was so important about this being. Cracking the wooden crate open, he removed the skull to examine it. The Foundation hadn't even had a chance to figure out what exactly the creature was or where it had originated from. All they knew was it could produce microsingularities and lethal doses of radiation. Beyond that, the only other details came from the Guatemalan locals who had encountered it first. They had called it a demon. Perhaps it was. The Foundation would never know for certain. And it seemed to Harold that they didn't care to know now that SCP-001 was dead, and didn't seem to care much before then either. They were more than happy to just discard it. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was meant to be something important about the creature. Harold couldn't help it. The whispers surrounding SCP-001 all indicated it was meant to be something more significant than a cast-aside pile of bones. The underwhelming reality he was being presented with didn't match the idea of SCP-001. Harold examined the skull closely in his hands, turning it around and around as he tried to maybe spot something. Some important detail that everyone else in the Foundation had failed to notice, or some of the puzzle that would explain what was so important about this creature, and yet, the more he looked, the less he learned. Alas, poor SCP-001, he said aloud, paraphrasing Hamlet. Of course, what Harold didn't know, didn't possess the clearance to know, was that this wasn't the only SCP-001. Maybe the Foundation's lack of interest in the creature's remains was all part of their plan to keep the real SCP-001 a secret. Where Harold only saw a box of bones and a disappointing answer to so many burning questions, the SCP Foundation saw their system working exactly as intended.
What about this one? One SCP researcher called to the other. You've gotta be kidding, his colleague scoffed, interpreting the suggestion as little more than a joke. That thing's a piece of junk. She tapped a knuckle against the glass case, catching the attention of the tiny figure inside.
Who dares?
Exclaimed the tinny, monotone voice.
Release me from this irksome confinement so that I may bring about your final undoing, vermin, for I am Doombot 2000, the ultimate bringer of destruction.
Both researchers laughed at the small automaton inside the glass. They had come to SCP Item Gallery 27 in search of non-organic anomalies to gather for testing. But judging by their reactions, it seemed that SCP-1370 wasn't going to make the cut. The cobbled-together robot was widely considered to be a harmless, clumsy little oddity, rather than any kind of threat. But that didn't stop SCP-1370 from challenging any and all things around it to a battle to the death. Battles it always lost. This thing is junk, the second researcher remarked, flicking her finger at the glass again in an attempt to startle the robot. It is not organic, though, the other pointed out, observing that SCP-1370 had been constructed out of various recycled parts. Its head was a defunct and non-operational voltmeter, soldered awkwardly onto a weak neck joint. Its arms were wrenches, and it had been configured in such a way that gave the robot a top-heavy, impractical design. Inorganic, yes, but worth our time? Definitely not. Come on, we'll find something else to test in SCP-914. As the pair of researchers
researchers turned their backs on SCP-1370, it began to squawk at them again through the speaker embedded in its chest.
You dare walk away from me? You have incurred the wrath of Robo-Lord the Destructor and will soon be reduced to atoms by my hand.
The tiny junk robot charged towards the two Foundation personnel, only to slam front first into the glass of the display case it was kept contained in. The force of the impact, combined with SCP-1370's imbalanced design, caused it to topple over and land on its back, leaving a huge crack in the glass. Ah, great. One of the researchers sighed, rolling her eyes. We're gonna have to report that SCP-1370's damaged its case again. Come on, let's go and get someone to replace that glass. You think we should just leave it here unsupervised in a damaged case? The other asked. Look at the thing, it's hardly competent enough to escape, the fellow researcher replied, as the tiny robot struggled to get itself back upright. I'm sure it'll be fine for a few minutes. Little did the pair of researchers realize as they left Item Gallery 27 that SCP-1370 had been listening to their conversation, picking up on a few details. While the anomalous automaton often displayed a low level of intelligence and awareness of its surroundings, it was still self-aware, and on top of that, harbored a hatred for all things it believed to be living, although it could be easily tricked and lacked any kind of real fighting ability. But it had picked up on something the researchers had mentioned, an SCP-914. Perhaps through its own limited intelligence or some kind of other anomalous awareness, the tiny robot detected this to mean another machine. And so, standing back up, it struck the glass of its display case again, shattering one side completely. It hopped down to the ground, tumbling over thanks to its lack of balance, only to eventually stand back up and start making its way through the facility. Being only a meter tall made it easy for SCP-1370, otherwise known as Pesterbot, to sneak through the corridors of the Foundation site undetected. It eventually arrived at a room housing a large mass of gears and gyros, a machine filled with clockwork components that seemed to pull the little robot further in as it drew closer and closer to what the researchers had spoken of. SCP-914, the Clockworks, a device that could be used to refine any object placed inside it. Depending on the setting, items could be transformed, destroyed, or vastly improved using the Clockworks. Rough setting disintegrated any test subject, while coarse dismantled it to its base components. 1-to-1 replaced any item with an almost identical copy. Then the fine setting would cause SCP-914 to improve any item, and very fine could refine an object to an even greater degree, usually by granting it anomalous properties. Testing of all biological matter within SCP-914 was strictly prohibited, but Pesterbot, well, he was made of metal. Sneaking into the room where the Clockworks was located, SCP-1370 immediately caught sight of another Foundation researcher who had been busy overseeing tests using the very fine setting of SCP-914. Instantly, the agitated little robot made a beeline for the researcher, swiping at her ankles with its wrench hands.
Die! Die!
It shrieked.
Cower before the might of my claws. None can stand before the relentless destruction brought forth by Shivatron, despoiler of mirth.
Referring to itself with one of its many elaborate self-appointed titles. Caught by surprise at the tiny robot, the researcher turned and screamed in surprise. Instinctively, she swung her leg back and brought it forward, delivering a swift kick to SCP-1370 that sent its metal body hurtling through the air, right into the Clockworks. Pesterbot landed inside the input booth, the enormous collection of clockwork components whirring and heaving as they sprung to life. The researcher hadn't even realized what was happening. She'd been addressing how much her foot hurt after kicking the small metal robot. By the time she looked up, SCP-914 had already fully activated with SCP-1370 inside. In horror, she sounded the alarm to summon security, with no idea what the very fine setting would do to improve Pesterbot. A team of guards filed into the room, drawing their weapons and training them on the output booth of the Clockworks. While they normally would have nothing to fear from SCP-1370, given its inability to ever win in a fight that it started. Even when fighting a potted plant that had been affixed with a speaker, the tiny robot had been bested. But the Clockworks' refinement process meant that what would be stepping out of the machine wouldn't be the Pesterbot the Foundation was familiar with. Sure enough, the heavy foot that came stomping down on the facility floor was a far cry from the flimsy metal limbs SCP-1370 had previously had. Out of the clockworks emerged a hulking robotic form, not just bigger and bulkier than the meter-tall, clumsy assembled Pesterbot, but a huge, sleek machine built for bear. It was more humanoid, but stood at nearly 7 feet tall. The weight imbalance issues that had plagued the previous design were seemingly gone, as despite its increased size, this new and improved model of SCP-1370 seemed to move fluidly, with smooth electronic motions. The robot turned and assessed its surroundings, scanning the group of Foundation security that had amassed outside SCP-914, its first new targets. As the machine stepped towards them, the security commander gave the word, and the guards opened fire. A hail of gunfire rang out, deafening shots ringing in the security officers' ears as bullets spat out of their weapons towards the newly refined Pesterbot. By the time each of them had emptied their magazines and the smoke cleared, they realized to their terror that the robot was now bulletproof.
You have engaged in an act of violence against Doom Master 1370, Master of all Doom.
It announced in a new voice, one far deeper and more imposing than its previous tinny candor. Now it was a modulated electronic sound, far befitting its new look.
Prepare to face consequences. Retaliating.
With that, the robot leaped into battle with all the grace and ferocity of a wild cat. The nearest security guard barely had a chance to reload his weapon, raising his hands in a weak attempt at a block before the strike from a metallic fist knocked the wind out of him. Moving with balletic speed and precision, Pesterbot swiped and chopped at the guard, each hit connecting painfully with one of the man's vital pressure points, like it was a highly trained hand-to-hand fighter. When the officer collapsed, unable to move save for letting out screams of excruciating pain, the robot turned to face its remaining targets.
Freeze!
One of the Foundation security yelled, raising his pistol with shaking hands. Zipping forwards, SCP-1370 grabbed the gun and wrenched it from the man's fingers, tearing the weapon apart like it was made of cardboard. Ripping the man by his SCP Foundation uniform, it launched him directly upwards, sending his body crashing through the ceiling, leaving a human-shaped hole above. Chunks of building materials rained down on the robot, including wiring and internal lengths of cable that ran through the walls and ceiling that were now exposed. As the security team retreated, SCP-1370 curiously reached up and gripped one of the electric cables, wrenching it out of the ceiling to examine it closer, causing sparks to shower. Pesterbot's new, sleek metallic skin seemed to react to the metal in the wiring, drawing out the copper that channeled electricity throughout the Foundation facility. It was more than a force of magnetism. It was something else. Ideas. SCP-1370 was learning, adapting, and most frightening of all, coming up with new ways to complete its purpose. Marching up to the nearest wall, it pulled back a metal fist and sent it slamming through paintwork and plaster to draw out the metal running through the building. Outside in the corridor, the lights died. In fact, the entire facility lost its power and plunged into darkness until the backup emergency lights activated, filling the Foundation's corridors with low-level blood-red light. More security officers had mobilized outside of the Clockwork's room, expecting at any moment that the refined version of the previously harmless Pesterbot would soon appear. Sure enough, it did, and the red lighting was soon added to by yet another hail of frightening gunfire. But now, it seemed SCP-1370 had learned how to shoot back. An arc of lightning zapped through the corridor, electrifying every guard it touched and reducing them to little more than a smoldering husk. A second one followed, striking one guard with a bolt of blue electricity that then leaped from his body to the officer standing next to him, who had been close enough to touch his fallen comrade, and who was, of course, wearing plenty of conductive metal. The wiring in the walls, the electricity. SCP-1370 had learned how to weaponize it, and that wasn't all. As the robot stepped out of the room, it had pulled various other metalwork from the fabric of the building around it into its form, adding to its body in new and gruesome ways. Its shoulders now had additional armor. Long poles of rebar now extended out of its robotic forearms to act as crude, rudimentary impaling weapons. It had gotten even taller. and all forged out of metal it harvested from its surroundings. SCP-1370 hadn't just been made a better fighter, it had been given something else by SCP-914, intelligence, the capacity for it to learn and perpetually adapt itself. And it wouldn't stop. It would keep improving itself to enact its original purpose, to fight anything and everything around it. A slaughter ensued. Everything the SCP Foundation threw at this new version of the Pesterbot only gave it more weapons and more offensive capabilities to add to its growing arsenal. The rebar weapons in its arms were replaced with sleek, sharp blades. Even bullets fired at it seemed to be absorbed into its mass, allowing it to keep growing. SCP-1370 was unstoppable, obliterating everyone that came to desperately try to contain it. And as it bested every opponent, left them decimated and defeated, something new happened to the robot. It couldn't feel emotions, just like with any automaton. It lacked the level of human cognition and complexity to respond to things with feelings. But as it killed more and more Foundation staff left and right, annihilating everything in its path, SCP-1370 experienced something. Not an emotion, but whatever the closest robotic equivalent to pure, unbridled happiness was. Satisfaction of the machine, now able to complete the function it was originally built for, yet had failed at for so long. Getting bigger and bigger, adapting and adding more machines to itself, eventually SCP-1370 was a hulking behemoth. Cars and their combustion engines all became part of the robotic giant, every new piece of technology it encountered becoming a deadly weapon. And as Pesterbot started to tower over buildings, a huge-scale robotic threat, the Foundation had no choice. It was time to deploy another big bad bot to cut SCP-1370 back down to size. It was time to send in the Dragon Slayer. Now go check out What If SCP-096 was put inside SCP-914, where the Shy Guys refined into, well, you'll have to click and see. And SCP-914, what did you put in it? To see what happened when we opened up the clockworks to you, the fans.